Entiendo. I think I got 2 batteries there. It should be good still. Yeah, let's just try it. All right, hold on. That's really weird. Hold on. No, yeah, you don't need to. It's just I have to discover why the guitar signal is not. Sure. Olivia, how do you pronounce your last name again? Gutling. Why do you hear your last name? Gutling. All right. Ready? We're streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you again, live from Miami Art Week, Art Basel, in the Regenerative Hippie Camp. Yeah, the regenerative hippie camp, because we really do believe that art can be used as a force for good in the world, and not just to sell NFTs. Well, you could sell NFTs as well, but if you're not having a higher impact, well, then we question that. The regenerative movement, and I think we have to thank Amanda Joy Ravenhill, who is the head of Buckminster Fuller Institute, for bringing many of us here into this space, believe that art and creativity have a very big role to play in all the transformations we need to see in the world today. Art can help us envision things differently. Art can help us understand things a little bit differently. It can expand our horizons. And so I'm very happy that today, the first guests that we will have on the stage are Jeremy McCain and Olivia Gutling. Good. And they have a project called Null and Void, which treats on the matter of not only nuclear, just in general, military waste. Is that right? Military waste in our oceans. And the problem with this is that although they have created all kinds of videos and we have all kinds of academic data and all kinds of surveillance, we have all kinds of data on this matter, it is very, I would say, difficult to create a visceral relationship with these it is extremely difficult to create a visceral relationship with what we are doing to our oceans. And so their project, Null and Void, tries to create a different kind of relationship with these environmental disasters waiting to happen. And so with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the stage to Olivia and Jeremy.
Hello.
I stay away from you because COVID. I'm just kidding. I was just kidding.
Should I sit here?
I don't know.
You
Yeah.
know, I don't know.
Am I in frame? You guys can see me? Okay. All right. Well, that was awesome. You know, he disappeared. He gave us like a really good intro, and then oh, there he is. He's back. I think he's right. Amanda Joy Ravenhill was the one who said, hey, I would love for you to check this thing out. And she's probably one of the only human beings on the planet that can tell me little information, and I'm always going to say yes because I love her so much. So I'm grateful to be here.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing really good. It is 75 degrees outside. I came here from Portland a few days ago, so it's still really exciting. And this is a really awesome space, amazing artists. It's awesome that we can talk a little bit about Null Void, which is a project that Jeremy began. When did you start working on that?
So for like the last 2 years, I don't know, COVID happens, we forget about like how time works. So
what's time?
Yeah, like what is time? Time is just a constraint that humans put on each other.
It's a concept.
We won't go there. But I came into the purview of this because there was this guy, his name is George Robellion. Actually, I met him through Amanda as well. And he said, hey, have you heard about this issue with chemical and conventional weapons that have been dumped in the ocean? And I said, I hadn't. He introduced me to this guy, Terrence Patrick Long. This is probably a lot of information you don't want to know. But I ended up going all the way up to the UN level. And I had a conversation with the United Nations Special Envoy of the Ocean, Peter Thompson. And I said, hey, this guy, is he really the guy to remove the bombs? And he said, Jeremy, he's not only the guy, but he's removed more chemical and conventional weapons out of the ocean than anyone on planet Earth. He is an expert. He's had no accidents and no deaths, which is a really important thing to do when when you're pulling this stuff out of the water. No death is, I think, a good thing. So I would say it's probably 2 years.
Okay. Yeah, so Jeremy started working on raising awareness for this really important issue. And when we began chatting about it, I didn't know anything about this either. I ended up watching this documentary. It really freaked me out. It was about the weapons that were dumped in the Baltic Sea after World War II. And there's really awful horror stories of, those bombs are in the oceans. They're slowly disintegrating, obviously, and they're toxic as their weapons. And some of those materials, just to give you one taste of how awful this is, they melt at body temperature. So sometimes people would find little rocks on the beach and go, oh, that's pretty, put in their pockets. And then there was this one story of this guy who had a terrible burn mark on his leg because it started melting and it's just really awful. So it's an important issue to raise awareness for. Nobody knows about it. I always thought I know things, but turns out you don't know everything. And yeah, Jeremy started an amazing project to use data of these, use the data of these weapons that are slowly disintegrating in the oceans and turn them into data sculptures. Do you want to tell us how do you use that data?
Yeah,
How's
well,
that work?
I mean, I thought it was pretty interesting because when we go to the beach, typically we like sip on our Mai Tai, put our feet up, and look at the horizon. But there's so much in the ocean, and we're just looking at just the surface, like looking at a cake, and never even going down and saying, "Oh, it's raspberry, it's chocolate." Like there is more life in the ocean than there is anywhere else on the planet. And in fact, if aliens were to look down, and maybe there are aliens, we're not going to go into that, but if they look down at planet Earth, they would actually realize that there's more life in the ocean than there is on land. And so they would probably call this planet ocean for that very reason. So what's interesting about this is that we have these things called point source emitters. So when we think about why do we even have chemical and conventional weapons in the ocean to begin with? Well, when we are at war with each other, as us lovely humans do, wartime is over, the question comes, well, what do we do with this weaponry? It is a part of the legal framework and the number of treaties to actually dump these chemical weapons into the ocean, and they legally do not exist at that point. So we've been doing this since 1918. We stopped right around 1989, 1993, and something still kind of happened, without people knowing. But for the most part, this is a finite problem. The interesting thing about this, Dr. Jim Porter, if you ever watched the film Chasing Coral, he's on our team. He was the one that drew the correlation between conventional weapons. That means TNT, bullets, the stuff that you would probably find in any other kind of conventional weaponry. The chemicals that make up TNT is a direct correlation to human-caused cancers. And so while we think about diving in the ocean, touching something, and getting blown up, we never think about eating the fish that's making them sick, that's making us sick. And so if you look at the island of Vieques, if anybody here knows Puerto Rico, Vieques is a beautiful place. But it is the highest concentration of cancer patients. And there's no industry, there's nothing around. The only thing that's there are these munitions that are everywhere. And so this became kind of an issue. It's like they know about it, there's conversations, there's news articles, there's news clippings, but still nothing is being done. So I have a belief system, maybe some of you guys will believe this as well, but I believe personally that just shortest distance between two human beings is art. And if we can get people to feel, that's really all I want. Like I think, I mean, there's two sides of things I want. I want to sell work, and I want to have a lot of money so that I can actually go fight the bad guys. But at the same time, I want people to feel. Yeah. Because if we get people to feel, they're going to make decisions that are better for all of us as a collective. And so I think that's really where this project came from. And you ask, how do I do that? Well, I asked this team, the International Dialogue for Underwater Munitions, I said, can you give me a database where all of the known, because they've been doing this for ages, right? Mm-hmm. Where are all of the known caches of mustard gas and just all the nasty stuff? And so they gave me this massive data set, and I started to calculate how long these weapons have been in the ocean, what types of casings are around them, what is the salinity probably like in these areas, when are these things starting to corrode? Because what happens to a casing that has mustard gas that starts to corrode over a period of time? They become slow, these single point emissions places. And so, every day of inaction, we're actively destroying the ocean, and no one is talking about chemical and conventional weapons, and for the main reason is because it's a diplomatic issue. We talk about plastic pollution, but what's so cool about munitions is this is a finite problem. This means that we know where the stuff is, we're not continually dumping stuff. If we really got our act together, we could actually make a massive impact, and then when we do make that impact, we could come back to the collective and say, hey, you know what? We did something really positive for the ocean, and this was a huge win. Let's find other huge wins, and let's keep doing this until we get to a regenerative society.
Yeah. Everything, yes, so much yes. And what's really awesome about emerging new technologies, some of you may have heard of NFTs, is that we can leverage art now in a way that is quite unique. If you look at the historic progression of how art used to be funded, what art used to be able to do. When I look at these kind of things, look at the history of art, it used to be something that's funded by the powerful, by the church, by the authorities, for all kinds of different purposes. And what's really awesome about these times right now is we can use technologies like blockchains to create art for impact. And that's what we're here for in Miami this week. We will be showing and auctioning some of these data sculptures that you made at the venue Palapa here in Miami on Thursday. If you are here, doors open at 5:30. The auction begins around 9, Palapa. And we are really excited to be beginning to have a bigger audience to raise awareness for this. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
The piece is just like it's right now. Just to give you a little context, there's a little atoll that's just off of Maui called Molokini, and it's a beautiful place to go snorkeling. There's lots of life there. There's a beautiful coral reef. But recently, they found 2 bombs that they feel that if disturbed, they could detonate. And so the U.S. Navy said, you know what? It's probably better that we go out there and we just blow this stuff up so it's not a worry to people. And I was like, whoa, hold on a second. If we add more TNT to this problem, not only are we going to destroy the coral reef and the life that's around there, because think about how loud some of this stuff, some of it exceeds over 300 decibels. That's enough to melt you, basically. So, the good news is that we were able to kind of put enough people together to tell the Navy, hey, would you please consider not detonating these weapons? And they said yes. But they also said that we have to come up with solutions. This is where we're working on this. So I've created a data sculpture of this specific site, and basically took there's some artistic liberties of kind of what this thing would look like if I brought it up to the surface. And you have like these you see these strings of different colors of fire and reds and yellows. If you saw that in the real world, you wouldn't go up to it, but it's invisible. So my whole catalyst of everything that I've been trying to do with this data sculpture and the other work that I do is to make the invisible visible. If we do that, then we have this concept of really kind of determining like, oh, well, there's a problem that needs a solution that we should do something about it. So that particular thing, it will actually change. There's only 33 of these NFTs. As the first one sells, then you'll start to see that the next one changes, and the next one changes, eventually completely neutralizing that weapon, that point source emitter. And I'm donating 25% of the proceeds to the group that's physically removing it. And then on Monday, I fly from here. Sunday, I fly from here to Maui, and we start the dialogues with the leadership there in Hawaii. We actually got the legislation passed that gives us the legal framework to physically go and start removing these chemical and conventional weapons out of the ocean. So I'm really stoked about it. I mean, like, Maui's a great place to be, but it has a lot of problems. And what I think is great about this is that Hawaii can be the beacon of change for the rest of the world, because they've taken such a hit on this. We can show that it works. We can show that this is a valuable message, and we can say, hey, the rest of the world, let's join forces and do the same thing.
Yeah, and that's again where art comes in so many different ways, and the technologies that we have to our disposal, anything in extended reality, is to allow that empathy to really occur. Again, like that I love what you're saying, the shortest distance between two people is art. So how can we raise more awareness for these issues? And we're really excited to be looking at the following year, turning this concept into a fully immersive space. So you can really feel, you can really drop into it. And when you look at these sculptures the data sculptures we'll be selling, you get a sense of how that looks like. It's this world of lines and the water, the way that the water moves. It'll be a very immersive space where people can dive into and really understand what that invisible toxin does. And we're at the beginning of that process, and we're super excited to be raising awareness on a much broader stage for this. So
I think the other side of it too is that with this technology using NFTs, it allows you to be part of the community.
Exactly.
And so one of the things that we are doing is, like, if you could, like, for those of you who are at home watching this, you can go to nft.ocn.ai. You can see all of what we're talking about, because sometimes it's hard. I have a problem of explaining something. We're like, we have pictures for that, and if a picture's worth for 1,000 words, I should probably stop talking. But and then for those of you who are really passionate about this, I'm launching something for this week, something we've been working on for 2 years as well. called nonfungibleocean.com. Get whitelisted there. We've got a lot of really cool, amazing things there. But at least it gives you an idea of what the artwork looks like. And yeah, we're super stoked. So yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I said too much.
No, you're doing great. Woohoo! Oh, you're standing on it. Jurgis is trying to talk. Sound.
No.
Maybe.
Yeah, 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 yeah. This one. Come on. No, I have a question, which is I think is one of the most important ones, and you're definitely doing something right, Jeremy. When I had the opportunity of looking at your work, you could see not only art in terms of forms, content, depth that is captivating, but you also know where you're directing that energy. Now, most artists have a problem with this, whether it's how they sell their art, whether it's how they come to market, whether it's how they show up at a space which needs really some form of artistic or creative intervention or activation. I'd like to hear from the both of you what suggestion you have for other artists. How is it that you managed that you had to get all your shit together in such a compact way?
Dude, if you talk to my wife, she's like, he definitely does not have his shit together. So that's something she would say about me. That's okay. My mom would say that too, actually. I think what it is that you just keep failing forward. You try, you find what works, you realize it doesn't work, but you keep pushing even harder. Somebody said something the other day, which I thought was a really great phrase, is fail harder, which I was like, yes, that's what you must do. I think, you don't always have to create art that has a purpose for something. But if you did, it would be amazing, because if you think about the Renaissance period, like, what did they do? We didn't have radio and TV and internet back then. We created conversation. And if we're going to be frank about this issue, the art world is a bunch of conformists. They're a bunch of bland, they're all going towards the flow of the stream. One of the things that's so great about the NFT side of it is, like, I don't have to worry about the galleries trying to suppress me, to squeeze money out of me, to line their pockets. I can actually go be as bold as I want to, do what I want to, and actually have the cash to say, I've got the cash, I've got the mouth, I'm going to do what I want to. And I think that's where the real power is. And I wish that every artist that hears this pushes themselves beyond what is comfortable, because if it's uncomfortable, it's probably worth pursuing.
Yeah, applause. Yeah, and to just add on this, and I agree to everything you said, so I'm not going to repeat it, is also, like, what do we all feel passionate about protecting or supporting as artists, and can we make that a centerpiece of our work? And I try to challenge myself on that every day, because it's so easy to make something about just me, and that's a really awesome space, and I think it's important. But the next step is, how can maybe even that work about myself, if we're looking at that level, support a cause that I believe in? And what are the systems available to me to make this happen? And I'm also a producer, and I love doing this, and I think that's why I'm an artist producer, kind of a mix, and I encourage everyone to have that mindset every once in a while, to just ground the work in and not be afraid of grounding the work in, because I think it's really comfortable to be in this, like, airy space. I love being there too. And if that's not someone's strong suit, can somebody be of support? Like, how can you keep your community help them, hold you accountable for making things happen and grounding them in, and finding real life applications, finding people that care about it, finding causes to support. And I think that closes the loop, because we are getting walking on planet Earth, so we get that inspiration and we can bring it up. So how can we bring it back down? That's my...
Yeah, and I think, we met through the DSS.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's also another way, is like, if you're doing too much by yourself, you're probably not doing anything. And so it's really great that, we got together, because I was like, we got to have a couple conversations. I was like, okay, she's my people. like we get along and we see eye to eye on a couple of things. And, that's when you start to realize in the community, people start helping each other. And as my old mentor used to say, a rising tide floats all boats. So find that rising tide, because I think at the end of the day, we all just want to, we're all here because we like to create.
Yeah.
But we'll create so much more when we're together. And that's really been what I've been trying to focus on the last 10 years of doing this.
Yeah. yeah, it's all about coming together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And the NFT drop is on Thursday at
Palapa, P-A-L-A-P-A.
Palapa.
Palapa in Miami.
Miami.
And yeah, check it out. It'll be awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Jeremy and Olivia. Thank you very much. Next up on stage, we have Nikki Selkin. Yes, a technologist, educator, a Latina at heart, a person who really believes in passing on knowledge to other human beings, empowering other human beings. She is representing Gray Area, and she will be talking about NFTs. Am I right?
Yes,
Cool.
with JB as well.
With JP as well.
He's
Can
coming.
you do a little intro? I didn't have any bio information on
Oh,
JP.
well, that's great. Hi, I'm Nikki. My name is Nikki Selkin. I'm the Creative Development Director at Gray Area, also an interaction designer, creative technologist, and educator. I've spent the past more than 10 years educating, originally in theater and experimental and immersive theater, moving on to technology design. I've always been doing web for many years. Then I took over working a lot of projects at Gray Area, running their arts, education, and incubator programs, working closely with Roxy and supporting the Design Science Studio, doing interactive 3D exhibition design during COVID, because it's been a time where obviously we can't gather in person. I designed the exhibit and curated for this show. So all of this stuff you're seeing, I worked with the artists to put together, and as well as regularly doing that same thing in San Francisco at our giant single screen cinema in the Mission District. I am culturally and ethnically Latina, although I'm very fair. And I'm very proud to be working in a traditionally Latina neighborhood, and happy to represent that here. There is actually a photography piece with AR that's coming. I just want to say it's a little late, but it's coming to this show that has AR of murals all over the Mission District that are both Latina and queer, and super excited to share that with you. Most recently, I've been getting really involved in NFTs, specifically on the Tezos chain, and we're going to discuss that today, as well as Meta and some of the kind of advancements and implications of blockchain technology, as well as the expansion into the metaverse from there. And this is my co-speaker, who will introduce himself as well, unless you would like to do that.
Hi. Ooh, I got the dead one.
Ah, there you are.
Hi. My name is JB, Justin Bolognino, and I am the founder and CEO of Meta. Yes, for 12 years I have been building a brand under Meta. I even own the primary trademark, Meta, in the space. That includes interactive social media. It includes augmented reality, includes virtual reality. You will be hearing more from me on that front, but I can't really speak to it now, but it's going to get really interesting. We pride ourselves on what we call multi-reality experiences, where we blend together basically every form of technology imaginable, AR, VR, XR, IRL, consciousness, music, into interactive world-building experiences. One key feature of something that we've always done since the beginning is focusing on the talent, right? So originally it was the Meta Agency in 2009, and we represented what would be at the time, and even today to a certain extent, folks that were considered production, right? And often they were white labeled, they were signing work for hire agreements where all their intellectual property was taken away from them on behalf of the client. And we would get in there with contracts that would create licensing deals rather than ownership deals. We would make sure that our talent was getting paid, was getting credited, and was considered talent. I mean, that was really, an extraordinary thing that we did all the way back, and has only evolved since then. But really, putting talent first has always been at the center of everything that Meta's done. And that has all evolved into our next step, which is called Unreality. And Unreality is something like the LinkedIn for the immersive media industry, to put it very simply. But over here is our map of realities, where we are helping to contextualize and organize this kind of sprawling, exploding industry. And I'm going to pause there. That's me. I'm JB.
Yeah, so we don't exactly have a moderator, so we're self-moderating this panel with two. And sure. There's a third mic. Do you want to sit here with us?
Well, I have to run around.
Try it.
It's a touch and go moderation from Roxy. You want my mic? Or his mic?
Tradesies. Okay. So on the heels of this amazing conversation that just happened with Jeremy McCain and Olivia, and on the heels of the conversation that's about to happen with Ben Henrichig about participatory media and the project of NFTs, and this like space that we're in, well, we're like all trying to do, really harness blockchain and this technology for good, and we're kind of in this in-between space of identifying kind of where our ethics lie in the process. What are your opinions? How would you help people navigate and sense make around this? And what do you see the possibilities are in the future around compounding accreditation and support for artists in the long term of what this technology can do?
Yay, thanks, Roxy. We've been thinking a lot about that, Roxy and I, as I taught the first NFT workshop for the Design Science Studio recently, and it was followed by a very heated discussion about the implications to the environment on NFT, minting mining. I'm just gonna step back to 2009, when you could take your home computer, and I wish I had my little clicker with slides, but I didn't prepare, it's fine, and mine some blockchain from your home computer, like while you were asleep, using blockchain, mine Bitcoin, and then you'd like wake up and you'd have like 5 Bitcoin. And that was a thing that was a reality when I was working in technology in 2009. And many people were skeptical, no one wanted to do it. And it was a very low impact situation, because the Bitcoins were so easy to mine, it was just like your computer running overnight, who cares? Now, to mine a Bitcoin, I think it takes like, God, what is it? I want to say like two months of power for like a small country or something to get one mined from blockchain. This is not a discussion for me to explain blockchain to you, but I will just say that blockchain is simply an underlying technology that allows us to keep a ledger of records that point to things. Just like when you're an accountant and you're like, Sally sold a loaf of bread to Tom for $1. I'm gonna mark that sale down. It's a ledger. So we're thinking of a ledger, but in the past, the way that we got currency out of this was a really low impact to the environment. Now, when we're looking at blockchain and we're looking at Ethereum, I think Ethereum is uses more energy than the whole country of Libya to keep it going. So it's just crazy. It's crazy. I can show you charts and graphs. There's people who've created really cool tools online that will let you put in your Ethereum wallet address and tell you how much carbon you have used for the tokens you own. So when I see projects coming at me left and right here, everywhere, all over this entire Miami event, minting on Ethereum, and I will caveat that Ethereum is going to be will be soon getting to becoming cleaner, becoming proof of stake, which I also don't want to go into right now. You really have to think about the environmental implications of that. And is it worth it to mint an NFT token if, when you sell that token, it's going to environmentally impact everyone else who's suffering because of that mint? I would like to say, before I go any further, that there are alternatives. There are side chains like Polygon. There are alternative tokens that are using what's called proof of stake, which instead of many machines all over, entire countries running their resources to get one coin, there's they choose from a pool of computers. Okay, you get to add the next block. It saves a lot of energy. But right now, in the art world, adherence to any of those chains is very low. I would also like to commend Tezos for stepping in and being the sponsor to Art Basel, and they are a proof of stake chain. But just to give everyone here a quick primer before I say anything else, really think critically about things before you mint. We're gonna talk about it, I'm gonna stop rambling about this, but if I say anything today on the stage, it's that there are environmental implications to minting tokens. It's not just that easy, right? And people don't know that, and they're acting like it doesn't matter, and it does. So if you walk away with one thing, it's just know that there are implications and know that there's ways to do a better job, but right now, people aren't doing that from what I'm seeing in the art world, and I really want us, if I'm thinking about, Bado Chow and I are talking about doing an NFT drop, but I'm really concerned about doing it on Ethereum, so just know there's a bigger conversation, and I'll pass it to you and let you talk about it, but there's a lot of talks going on at Art Basel, so if you'll, go out and listen, try to find them, come to me, I'll tell you where they are, and let's try to find a new way that isn't gonna burn down a rainforest to mint a crypto kitty or whatever. So, but to be fair, those are on a side chain now. Thank you, crypto kitties. Okay, please.
Wow, that was so good.
Sorry, I just get really very emotional about that.
Well, as you should, because it's one of the big challenges of our time, is there's so much excitement. And culturally, it's like to be a part of the Ethereum network is kind of what's cool. And so, there are other options, like you said, Tezos, Solana, Cardano are making really good strides with proof of stake models that, use much, 99-something% less energy than the others. It's a cultural issue almost. It's cool to use Ethereum, but I think
I would also argue it's financial because people are really looking at collectors when they mint, and will their things be sold for enough? And one thing to keep in mind, if you mint an NFT, you get royalties on that. So if it sells and sells again and sells again, most people get 10 to 25% money back on that sale. So it's really, really, sexy to want to.
It's very sexy. It is. And look, this is why I mentioned contracts in my opening statement, because contracts are really what we're talking about here. We're talking about a way to automate contracts. What used to take weeks, months of getting your contracts together, NDAs, negotiations, all that stuff is now ultimately becoming templatized into click agreements, so we can build teams and create projects way more efficiently and effectively than we ever could. And then those contracts automatically track the progress of the project. That is a dream come true for us who have been managing contracts for so long on behalf of the creator community in exchange with clients, brands, management, et cetera. So it's really an extraordinary technology to flip the script, where now the creator can maintain a majority of the earnings rather than the middleman. And so it's so exciting. And one thing that's really interesting about the energy consumption issue, and we'll keep it topical because we're here, right? Is it's in miners' best interest to use as efficient of a system as humanly possible. The cheaper their energy costs, the cheaper it is to mine, the more money they make. So in some weird way, it's almost you're incentivized to build a solar farm to run your mining operation because you're going to make more money. So that is, I think, an interesting part of the conversation that should be had.
I just thought of one thing I do want to say on this. The thing is that I want to acknowledge that Ethereum is trying to move to a proof of stake model. They're on a plan to do it early. It was supposed to be this year, but middle of next year. I'm really interested to see if that will happen. I don't know because it's already been pushed back. But I'm not saying
That's
Ethereum is
the ultimate kick the can, though. They've been kicking that can for years.
They've been kicking it for years. So I don't know if it's going to happen, and I'm happy that they're trying. But at the same time, it's like, well, what do we do in the meantime, right? What do we do? Which is why I'm really, really, really happy Tezos is here at Art Basel doing what they're doing. But yeah, just so you know, I've minted on Tezos, I've minted on Ethereum because I teach, so I try everything and then I teach it. But so I'm not like saying it's horrible, but also if you actually mint on Tezos to even mint an artwork, it costs right now probably $250 out of pocket. Who's gonna pay that? Your gallery? You? You wanna mint on a sidechain like Polygon? That's free, but it's not a real actual mint. So it's just like, it's just kind of a weird, boring contract finance panel, but nobody talks about that. And we need to talk about it, and we need to think about how we're gonna make money for ourselves, to sustain ourselves, and how we can do it with the lowest impact on the environment.
Well, yeah, I mean, if true security is the goal, sadly, a proof of work model is the most secure way, and that's why Bitcoin runs on a proof of work model, but that's why Bitcoin is churning out so much energy. So, you know, we've got to pull it together on this front. You know, but I do think, again, like if we look at it from an energy standpoint, and you know, make it clear that there are incentives to get mining off the grid and onto sustainable renewable energies, then that would change the conversation. But you know, it's a tremendous amount of use still. So
Yeah.
there's no good solutions here.
But it's all that aside, like it is an interesting thing that's happening, and ethically, it's the first time I've seen in my many years working in the arts where artists are actually getting paid. That's our time. Oh, it's just someone's phone number. It's just music
No,
that's playing randomly.
That's just our musical
That's our
score.
soundtrack.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever been able to, and I've done a lot of new media art shows. I'm just going to talk louder than that. I've done a lot of new media art shows. I've never really ever had any where people were trying to sell anything, but because they can now with NFTs. So I'm happy about that because, you know, how do you eat if you can't? How do you be a full-time artist if you can't sell your work? If your work is a video, if your work is a projection-mapped sculpture, how do you sell that? It's really hard. Even very famous artists like Lynn Hirschman Lesson, who has a lot of video art spanning many decades, struggles to like get those pieces installed for clients who buy them for upwards of $30,000 because of technology's, you know, failure rate is pretty high. So NFTs are an interesting model for us to start to think about making digital work and then selling that work as artists. So I really love NFTs a lot, but I want to just be mindful of them. But I also want to make sure we talk about meta, which is a more cheerful subject to end on than, you know, destroying the rainforest with Bitcoin. So, do you want to talk about meta?
Sure. How about we talk about unreality? So
Yeah.
let's use the map. So I had them throw this screen up because this is what we call this the flux capacitor of unreality. And so again, like what we're trying to do is help the community to get organized around a syntax that makes the most sense and shows simultaneously how specific of an industry we're talking about here, but how vast that industry is. So on the left-hand side of the map, you have what we call the metaverse, which includes AR, which is the bridge between the universe and the metaverse, VR, which is full immersive digital, URL, which is online, live streaming, digital arts. It's all rooted in the most primary reality of them all, sonic or music. Then you have IRL, which is physical reality. And then you have consciousness, which is metaphysical reality. So the idea is that the immersive industry is the integration of the metaverse and the universe, and that you can't have one without the other. You can't talk about the metaverse myopically without talking about the analog universe. You can't understand VR without the consciousness that's perceiving the VR. And so, you know, getting organized is so important because there's so much confusion around exactly what this industry is and how to organize it. And then, so these are called the 6 primary realities. And then the most fundamental reality of all of the R's is at the center, which is you are. In other words, your participation, your interaction, your involvement in the experience is essential to what immersive is. And so, you know, the beating heart of the immersive industry is you. And so using that syntax, you're able to search and share and tag projects, tag talent, to create a really hyper-efficient way to find whatever resources it is that you're looking for to create your next immersive experience, be it digital, be it analog, be it hybrid.
How does this idea of augmented, I become your interviewer now, I'm actually really
Please.
curious, how does the idea of augmented reality or virtual reality or unreal, all these different types of reality intersect, because we're on this NFT/meta panel, with the idea of, which I do think it's related to, we can find a chord between the notion of creating a contract and a digital/physical representational record of an artwork. And like, what is that intersection to? Is that like making it into the physical? Like how are these things intersecting?
Sure. So, we really love what's going on with the whole POAP space, the proof of attendance protocol, where your NFT is now your access gateway to an IRL experience. So tonight, I got the party DGen because we're really interested in checking this out. We have all our own ideas around this. So, in that, having that NFT is like a ticket, an exclusive ticket to an experience, and then it's notated on the ticket that you were at that experience. So, there's all sorts of affiliate programs between the universe and the metaverse where the NFT is your key that unlocks all these different things.
Yeah, the same Friends with Benefits as having a party.
Same, yeah.
Yeah, that's a social token. So this is a type of thing where if you buy a certain amount of their tokens, I forget what the buy-in is, but then you get to be part of their
5
community.
FWB.
5 for this party.
Well, but you have to be in the DAO just to get...
But even to get in the DAO, you have to have what it was like it was almost, back in the day, it was like I want to say a $10,000 buy-in, and then they got hacked. I don't know what it is now.
I think it was 75 FWB to be in.
75
which
FWB.
Is like $9,000 right now.
$9,000, yeah.
It was $8,000 2 days ago.
Yeah, so it's like, you have to have, thousands of dollars to enter into the DAO. And once you're part of the DAO, it's a decentralized autonomous, is that right? Autonomous organization. And that means you're part of a club. Like you're part of the Design Science Studio. If we create a DAO, everyone will get some tokens or coins or whatever. And then you're part of our elite club, and which is supposed to be like, oh, we're all human, love you. But really, it's like an elite club. And then you get to vote on things that happen. Maybe you get to vote on, are we going to have a party at Art Basel? Or maybe we're going to vote on, are we going to mint these NFTs? Whose NFTs get minted? Or are we going to vote on, we want to build a solar array and start, mining whatever. We were going to vote on that. So it's a way to create governance and collective agreements amongst groups. And that's a DAO. So, but also it can be like, you want to go to this cool party? Here.
Yeah. Well, it ties together the digital world and the analog world. And for us, that's what's really exciting. An NFT alone, that's just basically a financial asset to flip, is not really interesting to us. What's interesting is all the other layers that can be unlocked essentially by having that NFT. What is the utility of it? What is the value of it? What is the value over time of it? Not just, and when I say value, it's triple bottom line value, not just bottom line value. So, we have to, I don't even say the word NFT, I say smart contracts, because I think that's a much more accurate depiction of what it is, at least that we're talking about. NFT has already become, a financial asset. And that's cool, nothing against that, but there's just so much more that can be done.
Agreed, and it really is thinking about the ecosystem of the contracts that you're going to get into when you join in. Like I'm saying, if you're minting on Ethereum, that's a statement you're making, right? If you're minting on Tezos, that's a statement you're making. If you join, I was part of the original DAO of Hit Ek Nunk, which is a recently collapsed, very popular art minting website that lives on Tezos chain, and it collapsed partially, I think, because it was started in Brazil. And now we're looking at a global north versus global south divide. And that divide, I think, is contributed to the reason that it collapsed. And it's been since, pushed onto, people are doing copycats and trying to pull but what happened to my DAO? I'm just sort of floating now as, a curator artist, Anyway, so it's a really wild west out there, and things can come and go.
That story is really extraordinary. As I understood it,
He didn't want to do anything.
the guy just pulled the plug on it.
Yeah,
The
yeah. So one
founder
day,
got
all my
upset and pulled
assets
the-
were
yeah.
just the website didn't show up, and I was on Twitter with an entire community of creators freaking out. We had to have like a therapy phone call on Twitter where we were like, "What's going?" All of our, but the saving grace is this.
I was going to say.
It was all
You're awesome, by the way.
Thank you. It was all on chain. So you know what that meant? I had already been looking at my objects on object.org or com or whatever. So I had all the records for all my assets, and just quickly, now there's hideknunk.art. But it's still complicated because the DAO is still kind of in the hands of this person who created Hideknunk. So it's still a very muddy thing, and the fact that Tezos was here, I was just like, what? I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with this. But literally days before this, I heard about this event, I was like in a freak out moment, being like, oh my God, what's going to happen to my art? But I know enough about tech to know it would be fine. But I was still emotionally upset about it, and we had like a therapy Twitter call with a bunch of creators. So it's a wild west out there, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
I hope this stuff makes sense and that we're not talking in a foreign language too much.
And if you are, I have a workshop that I teach and is available online at Gray Area called DIY NFT Mint Your Art. And it's a digital workshop. I can teach it. We'll probably teach it again, like on IRL online with Design Science Studio. And feel free to come and talk to me as well throughout this, event, and we can talk about NFTs because I'm very passionate about them. So, hit me up if you have questions. It's on to you.
Let's
we
take a
done?
question. Are we done? Yeah.
You want to do it? Okay. All I know is this. So there are definitely security implications within any type of blockchain environment. One of the things that people have said is a problem, or from my reading, is that in proof of work, let's say there's 5 people with giant computers, and they're all like racing to get the next block on the chain. And to add the block on the chain is to like win the cookie in that thing. And so once, like, say, person A gets selected with their computer because they had the most computer power to solve the problem, they get to add the block to the chain. And it's not necessarily that like proof of work is safer, but it is to say that only one computer is then selected to even consider to put the block on the chain. In proof of stake, the way that works is it's a buy-in thing, like we just talked about with the DAO, where you need to have 75 whatever. In order to be a validator on Tezos, you need to hold about 8,000 Tezos. So you have to put a pretty hefty penny in, like $50K or something to do that. Let's say there's 100 people in a room who've contributed $50,000 to have computers that are trying to add blocks to chains. The way that works is they're all part of the stake. They're all staked. It's like betting. You're like, I'm going to put a coin in, and I'm going to stay in the bet. They're all put their coin in. They're all ready to bet. But because there's more actors in that pool, it's possible that there could be more malfeasance and less. That's one reason. There's a few reasons where, let's say, I'm going to kind of fake put a block on the chain and then just try to slip some other stuff in there. Like, there's a way in which, because there's more active participants and because of the way it's validated for the block, that it's possible to have more funny business. And the way, though, that works for slapping your hand if you do some funny business is that they steal your money. Because I'm like becoming a Tezos validator. They steal your money. And they take your coins away. So although maybe they say that the proof of work is quote unquote safer, there's a heavy incentives to not cheat in the proof of stake process, because you are literally, it's like if you overscrew.
Who's they?
They being the computer world. So Tezos, like whoever runs the chain, there's all these rules and protocols. So if you do something wrong and you mess up, the computer just goes, okay, taking 10,000 Tezos from you, you were a bad boy or whatever. So it's really deep. Like,
That doesn't sound
it doesn't sound good.
decentralized.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything's just a set of rules and protocol, right? And they create agreements and you just follow the agreement. So it is kind of terrifying, honestly. It's kind of terrifying to invest in this and then just be like, wow, I just might lose $10,000 tomorrow. Lucky I have $10,000 to lose, you know? But
And
yeah.
then quantum computing is going to come along and swallow it all whole in about.
And one other thing I do want to say, and who hasn't
tenth of a
asked,
second.
but like the next thing I think is going to happen on blockchain before I go is that I think we're going to start storing all of our images, videos, and everything on chain, and then we're just going to do away with like file servers as they are right now. That's my theory. We got to
Okay,
stop. I'm going to stop
that's
rambling.
it.
Okay, bye.
Thank you so much.
Come ask us questions.
The dog was.
Ladies and gentlemen, JB and Nikki, thank you very much. That down. Okay, lovely. Speed intro. I'm really happy that here at Miami, I'm getting to meet a lot of the members of the Design Science Studio. But this person in particular, I had already met in Ibiza. And she is absolutely amazing, not only as a singer, an operatic singer, but also a person who really understands the power of song. She understands that through vibrational, intentional art, we can not only change our state of consciousness, but also our place and state in the world. So with no further ado, I'm happy to give the stage to Amanda Gregory.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Murgis. I wish I could see your beautiful faces, and thank you for the illuminating talk that just took place. And what I'm inspired to share right now is a piece that I've been developing with the Schumann resonance. It's 4 minutes and 44 seconds long, and essentially acquaints us with this fundamental frequency that's been pulsing from the Earth as a response to the electromagnetic fields. And this pulse is really something we've evolved with, and even though we can't hear it, we may feel it. So it starts with a ratio down to 0.12 hertz, which is a very slow delta wave frequency. You'll feel yourself, if you're wearing headphones, sort of rock back and forth. And then it moves to 7.83 hertz, which is to really induce a more lucid dream state. And you'll be witnessing footage from actually Maxi Cohen, who's a video artist who will be speaking on the movement of water later. She took some footage from the volcanic hot springs in Iceland. So we're exploring these bubbles popping from thermal vents as this original exhale of Mother Earth when life originally emerged in the hot springs, the DNA organelles and proteins coinciding and recombining until life eventually emerged. So this piece, as all these new technologies are being developed, and there's so much excitement and creativity and energy in the universe, in the Earth, how can we remember that we first emerged as single cell organisms, as a community, and use this song to really connect to that eternal, potentially infinite pulse. 1 second while I set this up. And if you have a pair of headphones, I invite you to put them on.
Amanda, thank you. That was beautiful. We're so grateful. Thank you. Yay. Hi. Oh, that was incredible, Amanda. As always, such a treat. Casey, can you close the door for me? It's very noisy. Okay. Bye, Amanda. Amanda Gregory is incredible. The work that she's doing, bridging art and science and technology, and also being an incredible opera singer. Ooh, I'm not on the stage. Here we go. Hey. Amazing. I don't know if we lost her, but she's also graced almost every single one of our design science salons with her artistry. And it's always such a powerful grounding force to get to actually, hi love, there you are. I lost you for a minute. I like if I look at you, I look like I'm not looking at you. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. One day, and I'll see you in person one of these days.
Yes, one day soon, I hope.
Yes.
And hopefully we're going to do our best to wire you up so you can be a part of the evening festivities, which will be amazing.
Perfect. I really look forward to that.
Yeah, of course. For anyone who didn't catch Amanda's talk yesterday, Amanda, do you want to give a 30-second closer on any way that people can reach out and support your work? And
Sure. Yes, I can add my website link into the chat box where you can receive updates on upcoming events and performances, and also potentially participating in studies where, in my collaboration with UCSB's MetaLab, we're looking to see what the potential benefits might be of increasing open mindfulness, a combination of openness to experience and mindfulness with these immersive sound experiences, something that could lead to longevity, intellectual humility, increased creativity, and well-being all around. So there'll be lots of different kinds of studies related to consciousness and immersive experiences in the running over the next few years. So if you want to stay connected, I would love to collaborate with researchers and data visualization artists, coders, programmers, digital artists, musicians, environmentalists, really lots of multidisciplinary opportunities and possibilities. So.
Brilliant. And right before you was JB Meta. So convenient. I will connect you because I think there's some magic ready to emerge from that.
Very cool.
What do you think, Meta? What do you think, JB?
Wonderful. That's great. I also for me. Yay.
All right, love. Well, I hope you stick around for this next talk and so many more. And thank you to all of you who are out there in the metaverse. Let's jump into the next wonderful experience that we're all going to share together. I'm very excited to welcome Benjamin Henrichig from Circle Studios, who has been fascinated by the intersection of democratizing technologies and humanity's creative potential. As one of the pioneers of the micro documentary format, Benjamin developed an efficient and effective storytelling framework and training system that's enabled filmmakers around the world to craft more than 2,000 films aimed at advancing human values. In the last 4 years, Benjamin has focused his passion for distilling complex subjects on storytelling within the Web3 ecosystem, supporting projects like IPFS and Filecoin, DAOstack, Bancor Reserve, and many more in humanizing the story of their work, enrolling key stakeholders, and supporting this nascent movement. Also, joining him from Circle Studios is Zachary Slosher. Close enough. And hopefully not too little known fact, Benjamin is also an incredible musician. So thank you for all of your artistry as well, for being here, for caring and facilitating participatory media into the future for so many more. Thank you to your team.
Thank you, Roxy. Yeah, I'll let you actually kick us off, Zach.
Oh, perfect.
Cool. Hey, everybody.
It's great to be here. Thank you so much for having us. Yeah, I'm Cyc Stage, co-lead on the this docu-series project. Benjamin is source and creative director of the project. We're calling it Never Forget This NFT, which is it's a look at the culture and potential of surrounding NFTs and the deep purpose that NFT culture has for the future of art and some of the challenges that the culture is facing currently. We want to talk today a bit about the participatory media aspect of the project. We're very inspired about the potential for NFTs to enable artists to create together collaboratively in a decentralized way, to own more of the value that comes from their collaborations, and to really set the impulse and the intention for what they're creating together, rather than that being defined by other people who might not share the values that the artists themselves have. So that's the kind of frame for what we wanted to talk about today. A lot of this comes out of some of Benjamin's previous experience at working at Current TV. So I want to pass it off to Benjamin to say a little bit about the project, NFT, Never Forget This, and a little bit about where this impulse for participatory media came from. And then maybe we can open up a little further from there. Benjamin.
Well done, Cyc. Nice. I'll just name, we're also at some point in this flow going to share a teaser for our project that we're releasing this week at Art Basel. So it's yeah, it's very exciting to be sharing a lot of hard work with the world here for Art Basel. Do you think we do that on the, maybe I'll share a little bit and then we share the teaser and then we can kind of deepen in the conversation a bit. Yeah, I mean, I'll just share some context of my own interest and how it ties to this project, Never Forget This. I studied film and persuasive technology in undergrad and have generally just been really interested in this question of how we align the potential for storytelling, for art, for creative culture with that which is most in service of our potential. And I had this period, actually, I interned when I was studying film and persuasive tech at Stanford at this television network called Current TV that Al Gore and Joel Hyatt started. And this is like right as YouTube was booting up, Facebook was booting up, and it was a national television network that programmed these short format documentaries in 3 to 5 minute increments, these pods. And it featured storytelling or work from creators around the country and around the planet. So their kind of hallmark was this viewer created content. So filmmaker like myself could tell a story on the ground from here and from Art Basel and then submit it to the network and then have that piece of work be a part of the programming and reach millions of homes. And there's something really, that caught me or inspired me about that potential. It was also kind of like right as the digitization of the means of production were starting to happen in terms of like getting access to DSLRs and ways to do filmmaking and storytelling. And so for many, many years now, have been doing a lot of that work, short format documentary work for in service of different causes, and trying to find a way essentially to do storytelling at the edge of culture for emergent solutions and projects that are worth kind of dignifying or bringing attention to, and exploring how we can get them more support for their work, essentially, and bring the impact of their work to life. So that's some context. Got interested in 2017 in cryptocurrency and blockchain and recognized that this technology stack in particular has the opportunity to enable us to really rewrite the games that we play together and create new incentive systems, in particular for artists and creators. So this docuseries that we're doing in partnership with Protocol Labs is a 6-part docuseries. And we're doing storytelling in 6 verticals in particular. So asking the question really, how are NFTs transforming art, community, regeneration, our relationship to kind of like planet and sustainability, metaverse and gaming, music and remix culture, and then identity and power. And so, yeah, there are these kind of two dimensions to the project. On the one hand, we're, doing thoughtful, cinematic, human-first storytelling and portraits of artists and people who are shaping this landscape. And then this other piece around participatory media is that kind of like getting weird angle, which is how can we invite viewers viewers essentially to be contributors to shaping the storytelling that we're doing and be in more active dialogue. So rather than just this kind of culture of mass consumption that we experience in relationship to social media and a lot of the content, even like streaming platforms and Netflix, what have you, where there's not a lot of invitation necessarily for you to be contributing back to the storytelling world, we're explicitly playing with blurring that boundary. So our first issue is called Not Art. It's asking questions around what fits in the art canon, what doesn't. Do NFTs count? Does digital art count? Does generative art count? And here at Art Basel, we're going to be opening our first brief, our artist brief, which is an invitation for a set of artists, 50 artists, to be issued a golden ticket to contribute. It's an NFT ticket, and submit shots, 5-second shots, pieces of their work, artwork, that we will recompose or bring into our title sequence for the series, and then also a set of series posters. So that's some context. Maybe we watch this teaser, which is like getting finalized today, so it's still work in progress. Nobody's really seen it. And then we can continue the conversation and then get your thoughts too, and questions and curiosities. Cool. Great. Yeah, you're welcome to play the piece.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
What's going on?
They're filming an artist documentary on like the new digital NFT shit.
Digital what?
NFT art.
That's so you can sell shit online.
Yes, yes, sir, on the blockchain. Yes, sir.
What makes NFTs valuable is that we believe they're valuable. And that's true of everything. I remember when I was covering cryptocurrency a lot, and people would say, well, why would I get Bitcoin if it's just everybody saying that it's valuable? And the response is like, well, why do you think that the dollars in your pocket are valuable?
Humans have been buying their beliefs long before the internet existed. The exciting thing to me about NFTs is the medium, this incredible new technological development that has enabled digital ownership. You're missing the forest for the trees when you focus on, oh, it's a JPEG, I can right-click save it. That's no different than taking a photo of the Mona Lisa.
Never forget this time.
We finally have found a way to include creatives into a financial economy where they're not hindered by anyone. We get to take our future back.
NFTs became this open call. The door swung open. It was like, enter, tell your stories.
Never forget this time.
You see Hollywood get sort of into the mix. You see the video game industry get into the mix. You see the whole kind of spread of like collectible culture and fashion.
It's a kind of Cinderella story for the modern world of art.
For a record, $69 million.
Oh my God.
One piece to really think about with NFTs is they are still plugged into capitalism, and they are currently still reflecting many of the things that are broken about capitalism.
It's incredibly important that as we're building this new Web3 landscape, we don't simply rebuild the same hierarchies and inequities that exist in Web 2.
If we're having these conversations that are so idealistic about equity and about opportunity, what opportunity is there?
If we're not cognizant of what we're actually building, what we're contributing to, then we can create spaces of harm. But there are ways for us to change that. We are still the captains of these ships, so we have to steward them in the right direction.
The people in the driver's seat are artists and creators. They will have to be savvy to retain that position.
We're building an army of culture on the internet, and we don't have to wait anymore for like the next election and hope this leader is going to fix these problems at the top. We're fixing the base. It's gonna be undeniable success. It's that or nothing.
This doesn't happen in every lifetime. This is a sea change. This genie is not going back inside the bottle. NFTs are going to fundamentally change how creators and their communities engage forever.
So Benjamin, maybe you want to say a little bit about what our first experiment is.
Yeah, so I mean, I teased it a little bit. You got a little preview at the end of the piece of this NFT contributor ticket, kind of Willy Wonka golden ticket. And the idea is to invite a set of up to 50 artists and creators to on a kind of a multi-week process to generate a 5-second clip, which is kind of like a shot. So like we're part of like how we're thinking about this participatory media paradigm is thinking about primitives or base building blocks of storytelling, and how can we work together with different creatives to contribute building blocks to storytelling and then recompose them together in different landscapes. So this is one of the things that's really interesting about NFTs, just to kind of say, it's almost important to say actually kind of where we're going or what the potential is to know why we're starting here. But what we were really excited about is, you know, you see these explosions of memes and meme culture on the internet, and also even with like, you know, TikTok, this is big, where people start some sort of idea or prompt, and then a lot of people follow on with contributions. So what's exciting with NFTs is that we can actually track or build tooling for this. This is kind of, this is the bleeding edge, but we can track how people take or build derivative works from a piece of work. So if a group of people see a piece of art and people are inspired by it and want to add on or contribute or develop or evolve it, we can see the lineage of those contributions, and also reward the people who steward or inspire culture meaningfully with the kind of what they contribute. So our thought here is keeping it really simple. Again, we've got a kind of title sequence for the series for Not Art composed of 10 shots. And we've kind of built our first version of that, but we're going to work with a set of artists who will generate 5-second pieces of work. And then we'll select a subset of those to bring into our title sequence. And then also a set of those will be issued as posters for the series. And then we'll do a collective auction for the artists and the contributors, and the value goes back to the artists and then helps to power the continued storytelling that we do in the series.
Yeah, and I think worth mentioning, like Benjamin said, this is just where we're starting. So we're trying to start with an experiment that's relatively simple and clear, and just to build the community of the first artists, creators who are participating, and then find out where we can go from here. You know, we have some ideas about where it could go, but part of the dialogue is, what do artists want to make? What do they want to make together? How does that fold into a storytelling world, a docuseries world that we're still just starting to build, really?
Yeah, and that's the dialogue we're playing with, like storytelling brings attention, right? It's like something that like brings attention and also is in relationship to like questions, values, inquiries, like an ethos, broadly speaking. So can that create a context for artists to generate work that's meaningful and that impacts culture? I'm curious if people out here have questions or thoughts. Yeah.
New business models, etc.
Yep. So the question, because it probably didn't come up for our streaming audience, is this: the teaser mentions that it's a we need to be careful not to recreate old paradigms, and how do we actually do that? Is the question basically. So the data is actually not encouraging right now about what's happening in the NFT space. So like broadly speaking, there's like a lot of hyperbolic sales and artists that attract like a ton of investment. And then there's a lot, the vast majority of
dudes, I think somebody
what was
said.
that?
And it's mostly dudes.
And it's mostly dudes. Yeah. I mean, it's like the number of NFT artists that are I think that are women that have sold successfully. It's under 10%, I believe, 3%. Okay. Yep. So, so there's a couple pieces in terms of our storytelling. Like our first issue, for example, is about this show at Vellum LA, in which all of the artists that were curated were women. So we're heavily curating voices of and empowering kind of voices of women who are doing interesting work in the space. That's like part of our responsibility in terms of storytelling and casting diversity. But more broadly speaking, again, regardless of this piece around sales, generally a lot of creators are getting left out. And the question I get time and time again as somebody who's like working in the space is like, how do I participate? Wait, don't get it. What's going on? And then I think it's unfortunate if people see how much money's in the space and all the energy, and then you generate a piece of work and then it doesn't sell, because most NFT artists who are trying to sell work, it doesn't sell. And that's super discouraging. So we're hoping that our project can be an on-ramp for a lot of artists to find an ethos-aligned way to sense make the space and contribute work as a part of a group of artists and creatives. So that, yeah, they have kind of some scaffolding and support, and also the support of a bunch of other artists and kind of entering into the space. So like in terms of our curation for this first set of artist contributors, we'd love to have some kind of more marquee, more established NFT artists to attract energy into the system because there's value there. And then we want to make sure we're prioritizing a lot of artists who haven't entered into the space yet. Yeah. And I mean, the other thing is just like, we just like in our storytelling, we're not going to just do this work of like getting lost in the effervescent buzz of the space and all the excitement and not ask really hard questions about what the fuck and what is this actually in service of. So that's our commitment.
Hey guys, I don't want to cut you off early, but we've got to move on to the next presenter. So thank you so much.
Sounds great.
For the
Thank you.
information.
Thank you all.
Yeah, and I'll just say, just say one piece, I guess, for the audience. Would love your feedback on the series. Would love if you have artists that might be interested, or if you're an artist and you want to be a part of this first cohort or an artist contributor, never forget this.xyz /public, I think is actually where everything's living right now. So thank you for inviting us, Roxy. Yeah, and I just like, a huge honoring to Roxy and Design Science Studio for actually really setting a paradigm for what this looks like in the work that you've invited artists to generate and create and co-create. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for trailblazing.
Thank you guys so much.
We're so honored to have you, and especially in this moment to get to see your first sneak peek of this amazing project. And thank you for the invitation for some of the studio members to participate.
Real quick, just on a practical note, if anyone's got a red Jeep or a blue Corolla that's parked in front of the studio, please move that. That's blocking the neighbor's entry and exit way. So if you're in a red Jeep or blue Corolla, please move your car. We're live.
And
It's
we're
a live
live.
event.
Cool. Well,
Very live.
hi, Gina. Hi, Maxie.
Oh, greetings. Thank you so much. You are brilliant people. All of the conversations I've heard this morning have been so impressive.
Well, it's so good to see you both, and I'll make the intro short. Maxie is an award-winning filmmaker and artist. Gina, founder of the Hydration Foundation, and anthropologist and author. They are phenomenal artists. I met them actually whenever we were doing Planet Home. They were potentially going to bring their installation there, and then ever since they came into the Design Science Studio. They're from the first cohort of revolutionaries and revolutionaries for the decade and beyond. They are pioneering in so many ways around what we can do to create spaces, embodied, interactive, immersive spaces that hold and give people the lived experience of the power of our mother element. Some of their work is on display in the gallery, so please check it out. And with no further ado, the stage is yours. Welcome.
So I just want to start by saying, I'm Maxie. I just want to start by saying how grateful we both are for the Design Science Studio, because it has, well, for many, many reasons, and for one good reason, it has actually accelerated what we've been doing with the movement in water. And we're so grateful for your support and the support of the Buckminster Fuller Institute and for your ongoing support. So it's very exciting to be here in Miami, which is really the center of the art world, not only this week, but so often in the United States this week. So we're very honored. So I would like to start by telling you that A Movement in Water is an interactive, immersive, multimedia, traveling public art installation that immerses you in the majesty of water. It's innovative in art, architecture, technology, science, and education. And we really know that it can make a difference regarding our most precious resource, which is water. What's really exciting about it is that when you enter, you won't come out the same. Through experiencing 9 different engagements that are totally mind-blowing and artistic, but based on this new discovery of water, on the new science of water, your body becomes the body of evidence. And so as you exit, it will have increased your reverence for yourself and your reverence for water, and your reverence, therefore, for nature and our environment. And we are intending that it's going to inspire activism. So I think that before I tell you more, I want Gina to say something. And Gina, who's been an amazing collaborator, has brought to this project a number of very exciting things. And maybe you should talk about one of the experiences that people can have.
Perfect. Thank you, Maxie. Yes, this is a joyous project because water is leading us. Water is supporting us in this project. It's amazing to be in our collaborator is water. You can imagine what that means. And speaking as an anthropologist, we designed this as this whole series of experiences that you walk through as a kind of rite of passage, to allow visitors to passage through and come out on the other side with more identity, more knowledge of how they are made of water, how they are water, and how that water then connects us to each other and then to all other living things. So it's a very large scale concept. And all of this is matching not only indigenous traditions of the true reverence for water and understanding of how we are made of it, how it drives us, how it helps us think, how it helps us envision, but also it's matching with some extraordinary new breakthrough science where we've discovered more phases of water than just vapor, liquid, or ice, that there's many stages of water and that these stages do different kinds of labor And we're trying to feature a specific stage of water called fourth phase or structured water that carries, hence our work with Amanda, who you just heard, Amanda Gregory. It carries frequencies, and therefore water is the archive of information, not only about all of our past, but also all of our future and how we can begin to tap that. So one of the experiences to help you discover this about yourself is working with a beautiful science collaborator, acoustic engineer, physicist, John Stewart Reed. He is carrying on the work of Dr. Emoto. So he didn't freeze crystals and photograph them in different states. He's actually doing the living video of water changing into these states. And how we've brought this science into an artistic setting is in this particular experience, there will be a very large waist-high pool of water that people can stand around, maybe 20, 25, 30 people, and look into this pool of water and tone to it. As that happens, the water patterns begin to move, and there is an extraordinary cimoscope that John Stewart Reed invented that allows photographs of the 3D quality of that water to be captured, and then to make that an artistic experience already mind-blowing to watch how your voice is changing water patterns, and how then that is the replication of what goes on inside our cells. Then that all will be projected all over the dome. So you'll be in like a cathedral of mandalas that change as different people come in and express their voices. And we're able to actually watch water picking up who we are together collectively and individually. And that reflects what is inside our bodies as well, that the signaling is changing our literally ourselves. This is really extraordinary new science. Everybody needs to know that we're made of water and how to support that, and how water is the solution to our going forward. And Maxie wants to tell you a little more. So Maxie, I hope you like hearing about that experience, and you almost experience it in your imagination as we try to bring this into material reality.
Well, it takes the notion of biofeedback to a whole other level. And certainly it takes the notion of creativity and the gallery of art that's inside your body, because you are actually going to see what your cells look like, and how, as you alter your emotions and your voice, you will see how it will alter the gallery inside of you, which is pretty, to me, I'll tell you, this kind of work has transformed the way I think. So anyway, I would like to tell you that if we could maximize our vision, this would happen in many cities around the world at the same time. And our intention is that a movement in water, this installation, is really a beacon of light to draw forth not only the other art and film about water, but one of the main important pieces of it is that we are going to deal with water issues. Oops, my phone is going off. We're going to deal with water issues with our local community, in the local communities that we are. So it's an opportunity to bring together all the water stewards, the water issues, the water challenges in a community. And we're also already in discussions about having it be a place where water entrepreneurs and investors interested in the future of what we can do about water can come together. So it's more than just a installation. It's a really big activation. And we've had, because of the Design Science Studio, we've made so much progress. And we are at a point to take a huge leap to actually make this happen. So I'm going to ask all of you out there, if you are at all interested in anything that we've said, to go to our website, amovementinwater.com, where you will learn more. Oh, Gina, would you put that in the chat?
Oh, of course.
So if you go to amovementandwater.com, you'll learn more. And you'll also have the opportunity to, one, donate, which we would love, whether it's $5 or 50, 500, 5,000, 50,000, or 5 million, whatever. Can think about contributing. If you really want to write a large check, just you can contact us through amovementandwater.com, because we are also at this moment establishing locations. So you may know of the perfect location in the city that you are, or you may have a great idea. Be in dialogue with us. This is a movement in water, and we want you to join us in this movement in water.
Yes, on behalf of water. So thank you for your time and your attention. And Roxy and the Design Science Studio made us brought us to this point. And we think this is a form of Buckminster Fuller's vision for what we could be doing. Of course, Bucky Fullerene's match the new water structure that we've discovered. It's all nature being its beautiful self, and our hope to bring the spirit of water to heal our whole planet. So the goal of the museum is not only the rite of passage for the individual, it's bringing work to communities that is very practical, and then the global implications of what using this state of water, for example, in agriculture, and how that would change soil health immediately, change plant health immediately, food security issues. So it's a very, very large and impactful way of going about where we're going to get our healing from and how quickly we can scale it. So again, amovementandwater.com. Come join us on behalf of water. Thank you.
And I am just putting into the chat hydrationfoundation.org, which you should also check out.
Hi, Patrick. Wonderful to see you. My goodness. All the amazing collaborators. Yeah, thank you. Bless you. Water bless you.
I'll take a water blessing. I actually endured a water blessing in Bangkok at a temple with monks who hit us slightly with gigantic palm leaves.
Oh.
And it was magical. And I had a great year. So I'll take any water blessings I can get. Good to see both of you.
Carry on, love. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Gina. Thank you, Maxie. That was incredible. And we're so excited to keep supporting your initiative and help get a movement in water out there in the world. Please go explore the installation if you're here in the space. If not, you can go explore their installation inside of Regenera, and we'll put some links in the chat as well. What up, Tony?
Hi, Roxy.
Hi, Tony. So good to see you. So Tony Patrick is a visionary of the Design Science Studio. He's a world builder in the world, an immersive director, and the founder of the Tenfold Gaming Initiative. As an author and director of numerous screenplays and documentaries, published comics. He's penchant for creating fictional worlds and that have capulated him, I love that, that's a good word, into future-facing residencies sponsored by the Sundance New Frontier. He is an incredible world builder. He's been a huge part of launching the Regenaissance and supporting the Design Science Studio revolutionaries and understanding the power and possibilities of world building, fundamental to developing the world of Regenera and so much more. Tony, I'm so honored that you're here with us today. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No worries. Always happy to be here and always honored to be in this space. And I'm like, wow, you're in Florida. Wow. Talk about other worlds. I'm still in Brooklyn. Every state seems like a different universe to me right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go briefly through some slides to give you more context, a little bit about, for those of you who if there's anyone joining us that does not know about world building, it's just a brief overview and kind of highlighting a few projects and then how it all ties in. And let's see if we can do that in less than 7 minutes. That just means I'm going to talk very, very quickly. Brooklyn is the world, Gina. I agree. So, all right, let's just pull up some slides here. As we can see, I'm just going to move here because it gets very confusing. When I talk about world building, and here it says worlding, worlding is a different practice, but For some people, it is about inhabiting space. For other people, worlding is a framework to see how we interpret with the pre-existing world. World building, for me, is a participatory design process. World building is inviting people to a table, whether that is physically or a space or online, to collectively imagine something. Usually, world building comes from the term world building itself is kind of associated with gaming and fictional narratives and canons in terms of building fictional universes. I've had the pleasure of being in spaces where world building, once it fell into my sphere, I was enthralled by its possibility for community building and creating futures that we want to live in. But I want to also make sure that as we get into speculative futures, which is collectively imagining future states and visions, realities, and more, that I also talk about, I'm going to throw in the words now, speculative futures also lead us to hopefully aspirational present moments. And that is the aim for me. How do we build a better, incrementally better world? Which brings us to the next term here, protopia. It is not a utopia. It is not a dystopia. It is a world that is improving on an incremental level. And so that in terms means that we need to build a lexicon, right? What is the living language that we need to unlock that aspirational present and aspirational future? And that also means that we need to dream up new artifacts, as you can see here, right? Policies, objects, and representation of that aspirational world that we can start to build in the present moment. As far as I'm concerned, world building outcomes that I am always interested in is that I believe if we sit down and we collectively imagine together, we can build new artistic expressions. But that also means that there are new emergent tech platforms and prototypes that also spin out of our imagination. For those of you that are people who know the term sci-fi thinking, right? It's how we got the cell phone, how we got certain rockets. It's how Star Trek in turn, right, inspired us to build new things. Same thing with Minority Report and other entertainment sci-fi worlds. I haven't watched Dune yet. I hate to admit it. I will soon, but I can't wait to see if that will reinterpret my relationship to the desert. Some people have already told me no. So we'll see what happens. But are there new visions that will help us become more ecologically conscious, that will help us, tap into Gaia? This is our responsibility as artists, as storytellers, as visionaries. What can we imagine that will inspire the masses to move and act as a call to action? Part of my background is, as you can see here, the Tenfold Gaming Initiative was a group of Black and brown kids from East New York who loved League of Legends. There's a series called Arcane that's out on Netflix, which spins out of a game that a bunch of USC students created together called League of Legends, which is one of the world's top esports. You can do research on that, but I realized that gaming was another pathway into building better lives for marginalized students and underrepresented communities. If we circle here, this is my first exploration into using Unreal Live. So it was my opportunity to use a virtual camera and motion capture. And then on the right, my work with DC Comics. So then another fictional world, right? So I've also learned that in terms of artistic expressions, that if I want to convey a very complex set of philosophies and or trajectories, I can capture that in a 5-page comic and communicate that more clearly sometimes than a white paper. So art is the injection into the vein that allows us to embrace the intangible and the tangible and complexity which is something that we have to learn how to deal with as a society. Everything cannot be simplified. I don't know if Mark Smith is on here, who I always owe a conversation to, but backcasting is also part of this process. So how do we define a future and then determine the steps that we need to achieve it? You know, nice little slide here about 5 steps of backcasting. But if we talk about the civic solution part of world building, there's always an opportunity for us for that distillation from the conceptual into the tangible, which is also a magical part of the process for me. All of this has led me to different spaces. So currently there's a space that I helped form called the Guggenheim Greenhouse, which is all about imagining sustainable futures. And it was initiated by student interns from Guggenheim Bilbao, Abu Dhabi, New York, and Venice, and imagining a sustainable arts ecosystem. And it is an ongoing project where we're starting to imagine certain projects that could spin out of that collective vision started by students. That also includes Dearborn Park, which is a virtual park dedicated to Black joy and liberation. And so again, how do we create these fictional worlds that impact our real world? But in terms of if we can see the current climate, the zeitgeist of the moment, I have found that, yeah, there's definitely a need for cultural abundance, but there's also need for more joy. And in this case, this lens is about Black joy and liberation, which is something I'm also dedicated to. Another recent project that I'm working on with NYU's ITP department, which is their intersection between art and tech space, is the 370 Sandbox. So how do we imagine renewal spaces? Spaces for physical, psychological, spiritual, and digital renewal. When I say digital renewal, that means how do we use our virtual environments, digital platforms, and apps to reinforce wholeness instead of fragmentation? How do we move away from having a digital identity that lives in different places and having a more cohesive, coherent, wholeness experience that catalyzes aliveness? And so the 370 Sandbox is all about inviting community and university students into figuring out practices, processes, and AR, VR, and XR experiences which cultivate renewal and wholeness. And that brings me to our last space, our Regenaissance, right? Regenera. So as my practice has moved from building fictional worlds into more of a community building slant, into beginning to the prototyping process of those speculative artifacts and values, aspirational desires, the Regenera, which has been an honor. It's been an honor for me to help create space for that. We are standing now, because of the collective work that we all did together in the Regenaissance. We are now in a space online and in our respective homes and neighborhoods where we can start to look at creating and we're embodying a world that works for 100% of life, which is directly in sync with Bucky's vision. And so I'm going to end there because I could go on forever. But for those of you who were in cohort 1 that I've met and that are in cohort 2 and that are now part of Regenera and the Regenaissance, I just want to say thank you for continuing to do the work and spreading the word. And as always, it's an honor to be in this community and part of the ongoing call to action of creating a better world.
Thank you so much, Tony. Really appreciate your presentation. And up next, we have our wonderful facilitators, Roxy and Nico, with Catherine Connors and Aaron Huey. Roxy, Nico, are you guys about ready to chat? I think they're here. They're ready to go.
And a big what's up to Aaron, always wide awake.
Amazing, yay. got to wrangle Catherine. Can you unmute the Zoom so I can say thank you to Tony? No.
Yeah, you're not muted.
You're not muted.
Oh, can you hear me?
We
Oh, good,
can.
because I can't see you anymore. But thank you. That was amazing. Woo! You getting it lightning. We got the whole span of what world building is and the power of how you've applied that to your work and the Regenaissance. Powerhouse, Tony. Thank you so much for joining us. Nico, can you close the door? Okay, we're rallying the troops. They're rallying the troops. Well, it's just a little. Anyways, Tony, thank you. Actually,
thank you.
I would love to just do another shout out to Herborn Park, and curious if there's anything people can do to support it. And Vince, if you can get him back on the screen for 2 seconds. Oh, Aaron, you made it. Woo! Nice work. So you can see Tony. I want you to see Tony real quick. Hey.
Hey, Aaron. Hey, how's it going? For those of you who do not know what the Wide Awakes are, I'm sure Aaron will talk about that. And Amplifier, of course, which is another powerhouse community and art advocacy and more space. So good to see you. Good to see all of you. And I'm going to mute myself now.
Amazing. Hey, Tony, do you maybe want to stick around for this conversation real quick? Improv?
I can stick around for a few minutes. Sure.
Okay,
sure.
Great. Just stick around for a second. Also, just a hilarious note. Veronica, can you do me a favor? Nico and I are supposed to be on the next stage. Can you tell them to put the next person on and then we'll go after? That was totally my fault. Sorry. Yeah, we'll go after. We'll go 15 minutes-ish. Yeah, holler. Tell them to come in because this is going to be a really exciting conversation. New narratives for cultural change. Ish. Yeah, I got a plan. All right. We'll see how good I do, but I'm doing my... We're swimming. This is a emergent. I will say before I do proper introductions of Catherine and Aaron Huey, that this actually was born of a really incredible conversation that happened at the return at Esalen a few weeks ago. And the conversation didn't really get to finish. And so I just wanted to find a moment to have that conversation land a little bit. We don't have a ton of time, but we have a container that can hold the space. So the intention of this is to actually give, the two of you, and Nico and I can poke you and prod you a little bit and add a little insights. Let me take this radio out of my ear. That's not going to help me think. To have this conversation about the power of new narratives for cultural change. And another thing that I think is really interesting was that Catherine was also bringing up the circular economy of story. And so the kind of grounding between what story and narrative can do for the power of now as we move into a new future is critical, and some of the DNA of our story architecture and how that shifts. So with that, I will start by just introducing. So Aaron Huey is a photographer, an explorer, activist, and storyteller. He's known for his work with National Geographic, with whom he's shot many magazine features on diverse arrays of subjects from adventure to war to wildlife. And he's the founder of Amplifier Foundation, a design lab that builds art to amplify the voices of grassroots movements. And if you didn't or haven't yet explored the space here, we actually have a big giant poster wall outside, which is epic, from Aaron, as well as an augmented reality activated piece that is inside of the gallery space. So you should check it out. And Catherine Connors, who, hi, Faith, who for some reason now my internet is going to break. So I'm going to let you give a better introduction of yourself. But Catherine Connors just came as a visionary to the Design Science Studio and taught a really profound session also about kind of the meat of our stories. What is that beautiful word? I'm forgetting it. The fabula of our stories. She did a lot of work with Disney, as also with Marvel, and I'm really inspired by your work with the feminine and also kind of new architecture of stories, and just deeply inspired by the way that we kicked off that conversation at Return and what you see, and through your work also working with the princess and the foundation of those stories and how that affects us
us in the future. So with that, I will stop my introduction and just plant the seed of what do you, if, you know, we were just having this conversation at Return and bringing it into the now. I would like to start by just saying, like, what were some of the key pieces of that conversation that you felt like, you know, were core takeaways as a step forward into this new conversation about what story and culture could do for our future?
Well, I think there was an interesting, I'm interested what Erin's takeaways were, but, you know, to your point about the conversation not having fully finished, right? That there wasn't enough time and the circumstances weren't right for us to fully go deep into, we had just gotten to what I think was probably going to be the most interesting part of that conversation, which was about really understanding not just what is the substance and content of our stories, but what is the structure and architecture of our stories? What are the kinds of stories that we tell? And we'd begun to speak about the hero's journey. Jeff Orlovsky, who was in that conversation with us, had started to speak a little bit about how that's a dominating narrative, especially in the mainstream media and entertainment industries. Hollywood is very, very attached to heroes' journeys. Many of us are very, very attached to heroes' journeys, but there's a sort of core dynamic there that it has some problems, right? Which is that relies on narratives that center an individual hero, even in circumstances. And as Roxy said, I'm a recovering Disney executive, so I spent some time working with Marvel. I worked on the Princess franchise. Even in contexts where there's a collective involved, it's still centering this idea that individuals with individual powers need to come in and step in and save the world. And so savior narratives tend to be inherent to heroes' journeys. Savior narratives tend to be attractive because they imbue us with this sense that, well, someone's going to fix things, right? Someone's going to swoop in and save the day. Probably won't be me, right? But someone is going to do it. And so when we think about the possibility of happy endings, we tend to think of them in the context of someone with extraordinary ability and power stepping in and saving us. And so it puts us into this rescue posture, but it also puts us into this posture of expecting that the only people who can do that work are extraordinary people with extraordinary powers. You know, stop there because you're humming.
Whoa. Okay. I was trying to remember what we were even talking about. I have ADHD, so I couldn't remember much what we had talked about at our last conversation. This is really tricky because as like at Amplifier, we build iconography, and the iconography often rests on the example of an individual, which is so tricky. Like in the other room, there's an image of a young hero, Chetescott Martinez from the Earth Guardians, but he does represent then a kind of decentralized group of Earth Guardians all over the world. And the reason it was important to elevate someone like Chetescott, it was for a lot of reasons, not to make him a Joseph Campbell hero's journey, but to say, like, in those classrooms, it was really important. Kids saw people that looked like them on the wall. And we couldn't show all the people that looked like them on the wall. We chose to show Chetescott, but it does kind of walk that edge of like individual as hero, movement leader as hero. How do you think we navigate that?
Well, I think we navigate it the way that you're navigating it, because what you're doing is not, you're looking at individuals, and communities and collectives are made up of individuals. So the problem of the hero's journey, as we usually see it in mainstream entertainment and in the Joseph Campbell version, frankly, isn't that it focuses solely on the individual, it's that it's the singular extraordinary individual, right? Yeah. And usually that singular extraordinary individual is set against a backdrop of ordinary human beings. Yeah. And so your work, one of the things I love about your work, and I mean, the image outside is a perfect example. It's a collage of many heroes, and it puts the capacity for heroism in everybody, which is a different thing than saying, no, heroes can only be among the chosen few. It's the chosen one idea that's really, really the problem, rather than the distributed idea of power.
And then it's also in the context of like, with that piece of Chetescott, when you look at it through your phone, it speaks. And one of the reasons we wanted to do that was so that it brought back like the journalism from my life. I wanted to hear, I come from a journalistic background, and like every time I hear a human voice speak, it takes me so many more layers into it. And in the layers of Chetescott speaking in that augmented reality piece, he shifts the conversation from the I of his image to the we of the movement. And so actually he destroys the hero myth in saying we instead of I through that AR experience. But some people may look at that and be like, oh, another environmental hero, great, until you unlock it. And then the we replaces the I.
There's something key there that you're saying, which I think is related to language and how much language is crafted towards individuality and how much it shifts when you're like, just an example, I recently learned about how in one of the Mayan dialects, how they greet each other and they say in la quech, and that means I am you. So by saying hi, they are already acknowledging that they are the other. That shifts your entire perspective. And it's like, it's cool if we were able to shift the hero being just a representation of the all, right? It's just one of many of us doing the thing.
Well, and it goes to the, and just nudge me if you want this mic back. I'll just keep talking into it. To the power of interactive story, which is what you're describing too, Aaron, and to your point, Nico, about this, that, you know, collapsing the I into a we and into a more collective co-creative story. When you feel invited into a story, right? When you have the intimacy of the icon on a poster speaking directly to you using the language of we, that invites you into a story that you feel that you're now a stakeholder in, right? So that becomes the difference between co-creative, collaborative, interactive storytelling and monologic storytelling. And there's always going to be a place for the storytelling where somebody tells the story. We see it on the big screen, we hear it from a parent when we're a child going to bed. But there's power in this idea that real story making happens in co-creation, and in that sense of feeling that we are a stakeholder in a story, we are a participant in a story, and we have something to contribute to where the story goes.
So now that we've kind of assessed the individual within the place and the shifting from the hero's journey to what some might call the kindred quest or something more collective and collaborative, what do you both, or the three of you, feel is necessary for reimagining the architecture of our stories now that we've kind of looked at them critically, and what that might do for the future and for the generations now and for the Regenaissance and the movements that we're co-stewarding together?
Do you want to take that first?
No.
Okay. Well, I think it's thinking about story in the same way that we think about using the language of participatory design, right? It's thinking about what are the ways in which we make not just storytelling, but story making inclusive and participatory and engaging. Again, this doesn't mean that we do away with big screen movies and novels and the like, but what are the ways, and this goes to Aaron's work, that we can create architectures of story making that allow for participation. We see this in metaversal spaces, old ones and new ones, where there's an opportunity to not just consume a story, but to participate. My son is a gamer and he has this amazing understanding of the mechanics of story because he's in a co-creative environment with his friends, with his peers, where they're continually, this goes to what Tony was talking about, world building. They're building story worlds together, and in doing that, they're unlocking their own sense of themselves as story makers and storytellers. And that unlocks something Lamar and I were talking about earlier about realizing, you know, we understand that everybody has a spark within them. They have their dreams, they have their visions, they have a sense of wanting to be able to do something. When that capacity is unlocked in the sense of you get to participate in a story, you're as much a storyteller as anybody, right? And you get to participate in the stories that we create together about how we change the world. That becomes this, I think, extraordinarily affirming and validating liberation of human potential. That's what you're doing at the studio.
My mind goes to journalism because the first. Are they too close together? Do they have to,
so you gotta hold it close to your face when you talk.
Like this.
Gotcha. Okay. I think about this at Amplifier, but the first time I started thinking about it was in my work at National Geographic. You know, community storytelling was what gave all the layers that made a story real. And what we struggled with was the financial model of being able to present all of those stories. It was really hard. Like the ideal story does have, like, let's say the filter of a National Geographic story, but then is co-launched with community storytelling simultaneously that then allows for all those deeper layers. And I think about that sometimes too, in what we do at Amplifier is like, yeah, sometimes we need a Shepherd Fairy piece for the hook if we're gonna like get people to like, see that ad in the Washington Post on election day or whatever. But then from that hook, how do we go then into like the depths of all of that community storytelling without having to like ask for a bunch of free contributions and free labor? That's always kind of part of the struggle. And so the depth in a lot of the work we've done lately has been in open calls, but there's still always a trick with that. Like we try to offset that ask for participation in free labor with like massive giveaways. During the pandemic, we ran a couple of open calls that brought in tens of thousands of works, but we also gave away, I think, $350,000 to artists in like $1,000 increments. But so that's kind of the ideal. But if we just in general want to like add all those stories that annihilate the singular iconic one, finding the economic model for building that it's really hard. It's hard to find that model to pay to deliver all of the pieces that do destroy the hero's journey.
Well, you and I have chatted a bit about this, and I think that that's probably the next. It is the next big challenge for really unleashing the power of new narratives for cultural and social change, is to find the economic model, is to find the capital, is to find the mechanisms to not just redefine and reframe how storytelling happens on the ground, because it's always happening on the ground, but what are the mechanisms through which it can be validated and it can be turned into the bigger work, where storytellers can be sovereign, not just in the stories that they tell, but in their ability to make a living from their storytelling, to be able to support their communities through their storytelling. And so that requires a rethink of our media models. And I think we're at this really prime moment to do it, because we all understand, even intuitively now, that media is shifting, storytelling is shifting. And if there's ever a time, I'm very hopeful about this, to be able to generate real financial capital support for these new models of co-creative, collective, sovereign storytelling, now's the moment.
We have the answers on how to do this. We just need the funders.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is, I don't know if either of you
We have a lot
were
of
in
ways
the
to do
room
it.
at the time, but Benjamin Henricheg of Circle Studios, he just gave a presentation all about their participatory media collectible docuseries that is focused on the rise of liberated creators and regenerative media futures. And so it's all about participatory storytelling about the moment that we're in, and also like what NFTs can have the potential to do for compounding accreditation and also attribution, which leads to potential for financial sovereignty. Did I do a good job?
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing? Okay, I think I understand.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. It's not just a moment when we're seeing the innovation and the opportunity happen. It's a moment when we're seeing actual new models of financing and economic participation and ownership, which is also crucial, right? Because it's fine and dandy for me to say that we need a new Walt Disney company that's more directed towards a new kind of storytelling, but we don't want to see another hegemonic entertainment dominator on the global landscape, right? We want to see something that is not just different in the forms and approaches and participations in storytelling, but in the ways that it distributes ownership of storytelling. It's, when I talk about the circular economy of story, I talk about it in the context of what I sometimes start with as like a riddle, right? There are a few different answers to this potential riddle, and the answer is probably obvious already, but it's simply, what is something that is bought and sold at very, very high prices every day, but also something that we create and generate and trade freely with each other every day, and it's story, it's art, right? There are these things that we've put these very, very high prices on, and we've created scarcity models around them. But the fact of the matter is, the best and richest storytelling is the storytelling that we're doing with each other all the time. Kids tell the best stories. I'm sure you found this in the work with Amplifier, is that you get some kids with posters or with narratives or with videos, and they do amazing stuff. Right? We have to remember that there are other ways of thinking about the cultural and economic marketplaces of story, so that we can create something that is not just participatory, but shared in that co-ownership sense.
I'm gonna ask another question, if you guys don't mind. I'm curious about your take on the optimism or pessimism in storytelling, because I believe that I do believe that stories shift culture all the time, and everything, every revolution starts with a story, and they really modify the zeitgeist, and that changes everything from how we operate to the policies that we approve or fight for, to the things that people fight for, to how we build what we build, how we do it, how we live. And so it's been clear to me that through history, there has been a few moments where the story, the zeitgeist, the collective belief was more positive. And in those moments, there have been great changes in at the societal level. When the story was more optimistic, we built big things. We took like rockets to the moon. And then when the stories were more negative and pessimistic, everything went to shit. And it seems like now that is shifting and changing, but like, I'd love to hear what you think.
I like the moment of the dip when it gets really dark. That's when we do really well. I think like when Trump got elected, that's when we were like, all right, now we know what to do. And we made a really conscious decision. And I think it's the thread throughout all of our work is that we don't make protest work. We make compasses, and the compasses point to the world that we want to live in and that we want our children to live in. And so in the absolute darkest moment, that's when you make the compass. Even if I, at my heart, am like somewhat pessimistic, which is true. I make a lot of optimistic art as a pessimist, but like I have to put those compasses out there to even guide myself, to say, even if I'm struggling and I don't believe, I have to surround myself with where it could go, where I believe that it could go, where we want it to go.
I think that this is the eternal dance of story, is the navigation of darkness and light, of good and evil, of pessimism and optimism. So I think it's a flow, right? To Aaron's point, you need to recognize the moments of dark and what the characteristics and nuances of the dark are in order to get to the light. It's the reason why fairy tale, folklore, myth always has these, journeys through dark forests and through challenging times. J.R.R. Tolkien called it the eucatastrophe, though, that there's this moment of the happy turn, he called it. So it's not the happy ending, it's the pivot in the story, the moment in which the possibility of light emerges. And so the darkness for that is important. The challenge, the journey to Mordor matters to get to the moment of light, because you have to understand the characteristics of the struggle. So I do agree, though, that we often slide into the dark, especially in moments of cultural darkness, where what we're really doing is navigating in some ways the shadow sides of our own psyches. How did we get here? How did we get a Trump? Why have we destroyed the climate? Why are we going to annihilate ourselves because of our own behavior? But when we look for the moments in that to take that eucatastrophe, that happy turn, and say, well, what are the sources of optimism? The space race is actually a really good example, right, of those moments in history where we thought, what is the possibility? Can we get to the moon? Why don't we get to the moon? And everybody's imaginations were activated. Now there was a whole military industrial complex to grapple with, but there was an activation of imagination of the possibility around travel to the moon. With climate, with the economy, with the rise of authoritarianism, the challenge now for storytellers of all levels, right, not just the storytellers who are working in industries, is to look for the pivot to the light, the eucatastrophe, the moment that can be made optimistic and can provide that opportunity for hope.
Vince, how are we doing on time? Where are we next? Okay. All right. This is incredible. Thank you all for being a part of this conversation. And I think on the heels of some really compounding insights throughout the day, and I am really hopeful. And I also like this protopian future. It's helpful to have the compass, and then also to see the steps that we need to take together. And so it is by collecting and empowering the different stories, the different artists to see the path, and to keep that compass alive and to co-create that compass through a varying, perspectives on, we had Baruchel here yesterday sharing about the very, very real reality. And, some of us live in a privileged life that we do not live in a highly censored reality. But it's really heartening to kind of get to be in this space with all of you and know that you're doing the work that you're doing. So thank you for being here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nico, can you intro Harris?
Can I intro Harris?
Just about to trip.
Come. I'll intro from stage.
There is a mic.
also have this little silver bed. Do you need like something for your? I think this is.
Is there anything you want me to mention particularly?
Yeah, I just feel like it's like a perfect dovetail. Like everything that was just discussed is like perfect intro to what I'm about to do. I'm going to take everyone on a multidimensional story.
Oh, wow. All right. Bring the dragons. So Harris Adele is one of the most delightful, amazing people that I've gotten pleasure to meet in the past couple of years. She arrived to us in the first cohort, as we say, of the Design Science Studio. And I can't tell you the amount of like energy that it just like exudes and brings, and it's been like incredible to just have you around. Like it's almost like a spider, just like in everything. She's just like she's just like touching in a lot of parts of the studio, and like it's been amazing. She's an incredible artist, visual and graphic artist, and a storyteller.
And painter of clothing that I'm all wearing.
That hat is really cool. Last year, when the revolutionaries of the studio were asked to create something that we would put into this virtual city that we built called Regenaissance, we created this virtual world where you can place objects and you can walk around them and like experience a part of whatever that object represents. And so the objects or buildings were representing their projects. And when I received what she sent, it was like this gigantic temple with like 3 stairs and a dragon sleeping with an egg and 3 giant trees that occupied half of my map. And it was so cool. And so that was the origin of the temple. What was it called? The Temple of...
The Vision Casting Circle Grove and the Temples of Regeneration. And in the center of Syntropy Spring, there is the Vision Casting Temple, where the ancient dragon spirits of Regenera first imagined Regenera into being.
It's pretty cool. Thank you, Harris, for being here. Thank you for all the help and all the magic. She's also one of the performers tonight in the immersive dinner that we're doing, and I'm so excited. I'll leave you with her.
Thank you, Nico. Wow, what a delight and honor to be here. Hi, everyone. My name is Harris Adele Petronesh, and a long time ago, a very old plant told me that I was a multidimensional storyteller. I'm sure you're wondering what that even means, and trust me, I get it. Plants love a good riddle, and sometimes it takes years to understand what they mean. At least it has for me. It turns out this job title was one of those plant riddles, and it's become way more than a job title. It has become a quest that I'm still on today, that has shaped the way I think, work, imagine, dream, and live. A quest that has led me to all kinds of wild and wonderful places and characters. A quest that has led me to the Design Science Studio and onto this stage to share with you all today. Thank you so much for being here with me to listen to this multidimensional story. A long time ago, but not quite as long ago as when the plant gave me the job title, an even older plant told me about a place. And wouldn't you have guessed it, turns out the place wasn't exactly a place. I told you, plants love a good riddle. The even older plant told me that this place was neither here nor there. It was betwixt and between. It was under our feet, but also in our bodies, and also all around and within us. The plant told me that this place is called the Garden of Infinity, and that in this place there live 13 characters who aren't exactly characters. The plant said, these characters have names but aren't people. They have many mouths but a single voice. They have many forms but a single body. They are 13 uniquely different beings but have never been separate from each other. The plant said that they wanted to share their stories with me.
and that as long as I listen closely to their stories with my whole heart, that I could share them with the world. I'm not one to turn down a mystical quest from a magical plant. And so for the past 7 years, that's exactly what I've been doing. I've been listening with my whole heart to hundreds of stories. And today, I'd like to share just one of many stories from one of many characters with you. An ode from a character named the Decomposer. So who is the Decomposer? The Decomposer is the archetypal essence of decay. You can meet the Decomposer in the mycelial networks underneath your feet, in the vultures flying overhead, in the bacteria in your gut, and in the many wonderful fungal friends we know and love today. The Decomposer is the essence of compost and speaks to us when it's time to break things down, lay them to rest, and regenerate new life from what is ready to complete its life cycle. But first, to be able to hear their story, I need to take you to where they live, in the Garden of Infinity. And so you're invited to sit back, relax, and journey to the realm of the Decomposer. Take a moment to close your eyes and take some slow, deep breaths. For the Decomposers live in the dark underneath of things, the below between spaces, the silent, still, deep belly breathing places. Down, 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 down below your feet, past layers of concrete and stone, into the moist, rich, cool underbelly of the earth. There is a teeming city of millions of decomposers doing what decomposers do best, breaking it down. If you get down low and quiet enough, you can hear them telling their stories, or singing them, or sometimes slamming them beat poetry style, or sometimes simply speaking them in a language older than time throughout the Garden of Infinity. Ah, I can hear one now. Let's take a listen. But remember, to hear their story, you must listen closely and with your whole heart. When you've been laid in the bed of earth, who do you think returns you to you? Slowly and slowly, we remove the parts that no longer serve. All of the sum of its parts return to the parts. No more whole, no more worry, no more concern over what is and what was and what could ever have been. Don't worry, you'll be, you'll be, you'll be. It's really so easy when you relax, when you release, when you surrender. You don't have to work anymore. We gently in our little hands remove everything, everything. That embarrassing feeling when you were 12, that wonderful triumph after college, on your wedding day, a lost job, a war, an infidelity, a disaster, lost money. What money? A birth, a death, a birth, a death. You don't have to carry it anymore. We'll carry it for you, for a moment anyway. As we take it out and away, you don't need it anymore. We don't need it anymore. We'll plant all the parts of you here, there, here, and there, and there, and there, until with every planting, you'll bloom anew. And we'll watch you and tend you and honor you. In the beginning, there was nothing. There was just the ebb and flow of the cosmic ocean. Before even time awoke, there was nothing. And what a great gift. What an absolute honor it is to return you back to the nothing again, where you don't have to be anything but the ebb and flow until you decide to be something more. And when you decide, it'll be ready. all of the parts that have been laid to rest. We're watching them for you. We're tending them for you. All of the atoms return to the ocean. All of the atoms return to the what was, are waiting to become the what will be. In the darkness of the void, all possibilities exist. In this field of pure potential, there is rich compost, dark soil ready to be planted with the seeds of what is to be. Your vision, presence, and noticing crystallize this new reality into seeds. I invite you to look around with your eyes closed into this darkness, knowing that the future is always first an idea. I invite you to plant the seeds of the Regenaissance into this fertile darkness. What whispers of what is to become do you hear? What glimmers of the new world do you notice? What do you see? What do you feel? What conversations do you overhear? What smells are wafting through the breeze? Take a moment to explore the landscape of what is emerging, allowing yourself to open as a vessel of this new world birthing into being through your ability to imagine it. And when you're ready, as you open your eyes and come back into this room, know that this new reality already exists deep within your heart. And that as you walk and move and create and dance and connect here today and beyond, know that you are a living seed, a guardian of the Regenaissance. And so I leave you all with a quest. Fertilize these seeds by sharing your vision with another guardian of the Regenaissance here today. Nurture these tender sprouts with your art, your conversations, your creative practice. Tend this soil by continuing to dream, imagine, and create. Together, we can end the war on imagination, one creative act at a time.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Harris. We're going to be taking about a 10-minute break in this room while we move some equipment outside. So feel free to just stick around, walk around, check out the art, say hello to Harris, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Hey, Alicia, just want you to know the music stopped.
On in just a moment from the Vision Train stream. Thanks for your patience.
I think if I could get you to do one thing, I would say when you get to the point that you really feel highly motivated to just towards keeping your virtue, then you'll
Yeah. Okay. We need new systems of decentralized collective decision-making that work better than government, that work better than corporations, that work better than groups of people just trying to hang out and make things happen. We know that throughout history, hierarchy emerges continuously, and hierarchy turns into authoritarianism. And in the world that we live in now, we decided to institutionalize the idea of a corporation where people have visions of the future, and whoever can go out and get the most profit wins, to get the most essentially power in our society to make change happen, right? There are other forms of collective decision-making. We know them as democracy, where each person gets a vote, and we're aggregating all of our perspectives into one in that form. Both markets and democracy are forms of working together, right? That's the problem that faces our world, is that we have this uncertain future. We have this fear of climate change. We have this fear of so many things that may happen, and we want to take action together towards some goal that avoids that negative future, right? And that seems to be very hard because we've known about all these problems for decades, yet we still cannot seem to organize in a way that would take the actions to avoid that unwanted future, okay? So democracy is a very, very low resolution form of integrating our perceptions. What you see right here is a machine learning model that can see the space between us, right? There are many different people there that look like there couldn't possibly be somewhere in between that represents the average, right? But it can with great ease. And if we instead take these same tools and we feed into it our collective belief, our values, our perceptions of the future, what we want to see happen, what you get is a pooling of knowledge, a representation that has so much more resolution and is so much more true to each of our individual visions. We live in this world where you get one vote, but that one vote is dictated by what somebody else has said. You get to choose amongst different people. You get to choose amongst different options. You don't get to truly represent your voice in the system. But we have this new technology that can capture our voices, can capture local beliefs, local cultural ethos, local desires to transform communities, and direct attention to those who are, over time, actually helping achieve that central ethos. So, all right, I'm gonna sing a song that might sound familiar at first, but it's not that song, it's a different song. As I was walking a ribbon of highway, I saw above me an endless skyway. I saw below me a golden valley. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land, this land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me. I've roamed and I've rambled, followed my footsteps, sparkling sands of the diamond deserts, and all around me a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. Seems to me the only thing holding a man to his land is how much he's going to carry out violence. Against his fellow man. Oh, what's a man to do when he doesn't have enough? What's a man to do neighbor has too much? Well, you say that this is our land. I don't see it in the facts. It's something that is borrowed, and the earth will take it back. 'Cause we know the earth is dying,
as a barrel on ahead. So we say that this is our land. All the land is dead. This land's not my land. This land's not our land. It's for the people who live within. How could a being own where they're being? And all beings just need a place to be.
Thank you, Speaker John Ash. Can we get another round of applause for that multidisciplinary creativity? This is exactly the type of thing that we reward and accelerate in our design science studio. Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Joy Ravenhill, Executive Director of Buckminster Fuller Institute. Honored to be here, one of the co-hosts of this event, and cartographer of complexity at the Design Science Studio, which is a decade-long incubator for artists who are working across disciplines and inspired by nature, very much like Buckminster Fuller was. So it's my honor to introduce the next speaker, who's just getting set up here. Heather Terry is from Good Sam. You'll have some chocolate in your hand momentarily from this amazing company. They do sugar-free chocolate from regenerative farmers. Supporting regenerative agriculture farmers around the world. They're doing the same thing as a for-profit, enabling us to have what Buckminster Fuller called regenerative consumerism, buying something that actually has a net positive impact on nature and the world. So much of what we do accidentally, exploits the world and leads us to more and more decay. We're starting to see more and more of these brands, thankfully, that as you buy them, you're actually healing the world. So eat some chocolate, feel good about that, and listen to Heather here, who's an expert in wellness companies, specifically consumer packaged goods. She's also an angel investor and a podcast host and many things, really understands the nuance of what it means to scale a company like this, and also has the deep, deep heart and understanding of what it means to be truly regenerative, working with farmers all over the world, specifically in Colombia and East Africa, and in Brazil, and in Bolivia, where I went to high school. They're about to launch a Brazil net line, which I'm super excited about. So thank you, Heather. Thank you, Good Sam, for being a sponsor of this event and making all of this magic happen. Thank you all for listening and taking this conversation into your lives and into your hearts and into your families and the conversations throughout this week. That's a call to action for all of us to take what we've learned today and teach it to others. So let's give a big warm welcome to Heather Terry. Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. Ooh, loud, huh? All right. Hi, I'm Heather K. Terry. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Good Sam Foods. We are a sponsor here today. It's really been a pleasure to see everybody walking around with their bags of macadamia nuts. Thank you. I hope you're all enjoying them. Today, I am going to talk a little bit about the future of food. And as we see it at Good Sam, it's regenerative. And it's regenerative in a way that we can also engage consumers, mainstream consumers, which seems a little bit outside of the purview right now. But we have found ways to get to that consumer. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. But before I start my talk, I want to acknowledge all of the amazing artists who are here at the Regenaissance. You know, this type of art is really a mirror for what we are doing in the world. And as a business leader, this is a mirror to show us what we are also doing as business leaders and how far we have to come in order to clean up these solutions, to clean up these problems. So I want to just kind of get everybody at a baseline here. What is regenerative agriculture? And why is it so important? So regenerative agriculture, our definition at Good Sam, is a variety of farming practices that aims to preserve, protect, and regenerate soil health and vitality to produce quality food. So when thinking of regenerative agriculture, and the way that we've boiled it down into a mainstream narrative is talking about soil health. Everything that happens in a regenerative system is about the soil health, about putting in nutrients and getting better soil health for better outcomes from food. So this can be done in a variety of ways, right? And not every ecosystem relies on the same concepts. So it's a little bit of mix and match where we go in the field. So as Amanda just said, we do work in places like Colombia, but the regenerative system in Colombia and the regenerative system in Kenya, for instance, is extremely different, right? They might have similarities, but they might also have differences. So a few concepts just to, again, put us all on the same baseline here is carbon sequestration. So how many people have heard about carbon sequestration? Some people, not everybody, but the concept is to draw carbon down back into the soil. And there are modern day agricultural practices that are releasing carbon into the air. So things like tilling. So in regenerative agriculture, what we see a lot of is the minimization of tilling or the complete extinction of tilling, right? And a lot of the farmers that we work with can't even get a till to their area. So it's interesting to introduce those concepts. There are things like cover crops, and I like to call cover crops nature's insurance policy for farmers. We see a lot of cover crops in the field. It's things like weed protection, erosion prevention, and water absorption. So think about weather and our changing weather patterns. Those cover crops, even though they can't be monetized on, they really are an insurance policy for farmers. And compost. So a few members of my team are here. Sam Stroop, my co-founder, is back there, and Saida Abdallah, who's our creative director. She actually came from Colombia to be with us here today. They know the first thing that I go to when we get on a farm is the compost pile, because that is where all life ends and begins. And it is very, very good for soil health again. Things like intercropping, which is something that is really very paramount to us at Good Sam. So we work with a lot of farmers where we take multiple crops from them. So our macadamia farmers, we also take avocado from them. Our cacao farmers, we take coffee, honey, different crops, right? This creates a year-round revenue stream for those farmers, and it also, again, protects the biodiversity in the system. And then animal integration, which I won't go into here today, but animal integration is extremely important for waste, because that waste, again, breaks down into nutrient-dense matter. And there's also grazing patterns and different things that are central to regenerative ag. I just like this picture. This is Angelina's farm in Kenya. This is a macadamia and avocado farmer. And in fact, you probably have some of Angelina's macadamia nuts right there. So now, because I am a CEO of a food company, I am going to make the case for regenerative agriculture in business. Can anyone guess what other rising industry I am going to compare the regen ag movement to? Anyone? Any guesses? I'm going to give you a couple of hints. So this other industry has finite resources and has a massive cost to both consumers and the environment. It's superior in performance, and over time is lower cost to the consumer. Anyone? It's a better business model with higher margins, and it's arguably reshaping the middle-class workforce. Electric vehicles, very good. So EVs. Why do I think they're like, why do I think that regenerative agriculture, why do I think that that pile of compost that you see right there is the next big thing? Because soil is finite, right? If we don't restore, regenerate, protect that soil, as the UN predicted in 2014, we're going to only see 60 more harvests, right? Because of desertification. Same with oil. Oil scientists are saying all our known oil reserves will be gone by 2052. Regeneration has higher yields over time and better quality and taste. EVs, superior performance all the way around. I'm sure many of us support the EV industry here. And conscious business. So I don't like to say better business when we talk about regenerative agriculture. I like to say conscious business because there are multiple streams of revenues for farms and farmers, and there are better margins over time. And that's not just better margins to the farmers, right? That's not just more payment to the farmers, but that is a better cost to the end consumer. And that is also companies being able to play in the landscape. So overall, a conscious business model. So what do we do at Good Sam? At Good Sam, we make food that's good for you, good for farmers, and good for the planet, really bringing this concept into the consumer narrative. Good for you because we focus on organic, non-GMO, special diets, everything a mainstream consumer is looking for. So that gets their attention, right? Number two, good for farmers. We work in a direct trade model. We have no middlemen and brokers in our entire system. So that little bag of macadamia nuts, that price was negotiated directly with associations, cooperatives, and individuals. And we put 1%, instead of putting it into certification, we put 1% back into our farmers, cooperatives, and associations by our direct trade program. So we actually work in the field with these farmers. We sit down with them, we say, what do you need? They say, this is what we need. We say, this is what we think you need. They said, no, that's not what we need. So it's very funny because we always are sitting at the table and the farmers always win, right? Versus other fair trade programs that dictate what they have to do with those funds. And then good for the planet for all the reasons that I've outlined around regenerative agriculture, really sequestering that carbon, multiple crops growing on fields. And like I said, we take those crops and we make them into end products, multiple from each farm. So I want to tell a story. I love this John Muir quote that's up here. And it's, when one tugs at a single thing in nature, he or she finds it attached to the rest of the world. And I remember my first trip to Colombia, and I was standing on a farm that had previously been a coffee farm. And I looked at the farm. He was very proud because he had relearned how to farm cacao, which was really encroaching on their coffee crops. And I said, okay, wonderful, I'm so happy you're making cacao. I'm gonna take your cacao, that's awesome. But what happened to your coffee? And he said, do you see that mountain? I said, yes. It went there. And I said, okay, so you can't get there. And he said, nope, I can't get there. And I can't get a machine there. And I can't get other people there. And then I said, why do you think that is? Why do you think that happened? And he said, it's climate change, right? And that was the first moment when we realized that there was a cross-sectionality between all of this. It's the climate, it's people, it's commerce, it's all of it wrapped up into one. And we have to bring parties from every single circle to the table to come up with creative solutions. And we have to engage that mainstream consumer. So we believe at Good Sam that the future of food is regenerative, and we believe that we can uphold and amplify ancient wisdom of our smallholder farmers and our indigenous people, and couple it with agricultural and climate advancements to create maximum impact. And in a moment, I'm gonna bring up Stefan Nicolo from Full Cycle so that we can talk about the future of climates. But I'm not done yet. There's more, there's a video. All right, and oh, you got the good stuff there. She's got the chocolate bar, she's got the macadamia nuts, it's working out for you. All right, so I've talked a lot about regenerative ag. I've talked about the case for business in regenerative ag, and I find it so much more interesting to show you guys how and why we do that. So this is a video from one of our most recent trips to Kenya, to our regenerative organic macadamia and avocado farms.
we work directly with building the associations on the ground in these markets, like where we are today in Africa, and building our products from the raw material that we source from these markets all the way to finished products in the US.
It is very important to work through partnerships because these partners come with different strengths and different solutions to the problems affecting communities and farmers in particular. They bring in new insights, they help us to access bigger markets, and it becomes a win-win for the farmer. The farmer is able to make a good income.
So what Good Sam has done is, the model is fantastic because of direct trade. We get rid of the middleman, the people who are taking money from farmers as opposed to putting money in farmers' pockets. That for me is extremely big. Impact on communities, massive. I like that Good Sam is all about empowering and growing communities together, sharing knowledge, gaining knowledge.
Transparency is such an important thing to improve the sustainability of the food sector. I feel that if food value chains become more direct, more transparent, more traceable, it becomes easier for the consumer really to take responsibility. And this is why we try really to build a system within the smallholder farmers where we can make sure that traceability is not getting lost.
I believe that business can be a force of good. And that's why I do this every single day. I don't believe that business has to be destructive capitalism. I believe that we can still be capitalistic, but we can do it consciously. And we can do it in a way where everybody wins. To know that collectively, we're all taking care of the planet at the same exact time, it's pretty cool. Okay, so these are some of our farmers that you'll see here. There's Angelina, macadamia and avocado, Orlando with coffee, Elia with a mask on and with her son, and then her daughter above her. They farm cacao, Luis with cacao, Lucy with macadamia, avocado, and coffee and honey. 70% of the world's food is cultivated by smallholder farmers and indigenous people, and they only use 30% of the Earth's resources, but they suffer the worst parts of climate change. So we're here as artists, we're here as entrepreneurs, investors, inventors. We have science, we have skill, we have technology. So let's come together and regenerate, all of us. Thank you. All right, now I'm putting my other hat on because I'm introducing Mr. Stefan Nicolo. Yes, Tony wants to say something, so I'm going to go away.
No, you're going to stay here because you can introduce Stefan.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Heather. That was incredible. Can we get a round of applause for Heather and Good Sam? Thank you guys so much for the work you're doing and the support of the Regenaissance. I'm Tony Cho. I'm one of the co-producers and supporters of the Regenaissance, along with Design Science Studio and Buckminster Fuller Institute. It is my honor to have all of you here for this epic historic event during Art Week in Miami. We have an incredible program over the next couple of hours, and I just want to get everybody to ground in this moment because we feel it's a very important moment. And those of you who want to participate and listen to the incredible panels and speakers that are going to happen, we're a little behind schedule, so there are schedules of the talks that are about to happen. But Full Cycle is about to come on with Stefan, who's our next speaker. We're going to have a talk with Brock Pierce and Crystal after that. We're going to have a talk with Adrian Grenier after that, and then Queen Diambi is going to do a prayer, and then we'll have a talk with Deepak on the metaverse for good and the future of cities. So stick around, and there are also going to be a few talks in the casita at the same time. So this is kind of the peak main event. We're really happy to have everybody here. For those of you in the back, if you want to gather around, come on down.
I'm just like a different person now, right? Okay. All right, this is really exciting. I love Stefan Nicolo. I said it right. Okay, Stefan Nicolo. We're going to reimagine solutions for climate in this talk. Stefan is an investor and fellow climate nerd. I have a feeling you'd go to the compost pile too first. Yeah. He's focused on stewarding capital towards the most effective solutions through his fund, Full Cycle. He is on the board of Project Drawdown, Monument Lab, and is a mind deeply focused on systems, redesign, and change to take bold action on climate. Please welcome Stefan Nicolo to the stage. Is this working? Vince, is this working? Oh, great. Oh, awesome.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
All right. So I think it's so interesting to talk to you because you're an investor, and that is a big part of this whole conversation, right? Capital. We do need capital to actually get this work done. Yes, it's important.
100%.
So before we get into all of that, I just want to, for the audience, again, just to get us all on the same exact page, give us a little bit of your personal background and how you got here. How did you get to Full Cycle? How did this happen? What have you been doing within it?
Yeah, these are good questions. Thank you. First of all, fantastic presentation, Heather.
Thank you.
I listened to you all day. I'm so happy to be here. And Tony, thank you for putting this on and inviting us. This is awesome. We're in a moment now where we've got to start thinking about kind of how our lived experience comes into what it is we are meant to do. And so for me, I actually won't kind of talk too much about my professional background, except to say there were moments in time in my history that made it very clear that we have something big to accomplish. And it became very necessary for me to kind of understand my lived experience as it imports into that. So I am the son of two immigrants from Haiti. Actually, we're in Little Haiti. And so I grew up in a home that was very much the immigrant experience. We worked hard, went to school, grew up in community. Church was a big thing. And really the lessons that we learned was just you help people. Right? Like you do what you can to help others. That's just a value that you bring to and how you show up in the world. And so my whole life has kind of that's been a through line to so much of it. I don't know which one of these is causing that.
It may be his spine. Am I loud, Vince? All right, good. He's giving us the thumbs up. We're all right.
So I would say I started my career in finance, but what I'll share is that actually I was inside of some of the large investment banks during the financial crisis, and I hated what I saw. I hated it. It just went so against my soul and the grain of who I am as a person to see kind of that gleeful exuberance on a trading floor of a bank, totally disconnected from what was happening in people's homes and in communities. And so I told myself the only way I'd continue a career in finance is if it was to help people. If it was to actually use capital for the purposes of impact, of good. And so when I started my own practice to work with investors, it was only focused on impact, right? It was only to help folks steward the philanthropy, the ideas, the things they wanted to do in the world to the quantums of capital that they could deploy into the market. And that really changed the arc of my career and my life. When Brahim and a few of the partners of Full Cycle and I started ideating what it could be, what we realized is that there was no home for billions of dollars to face a scaling climate crisis. And there was no model to do that. So we had to build it, right? We had to say, how do we make it so that the markets can come in to this sector and overhaul all of our aging 19th and 20th century infrastructure that is emitting too much CO2 and its equivalents into the atmosphere. So we had to build the model. And so, a little bit of my career, but really it's just to say the values that we bring to our work are really from our lived experience and our desire to fundamentally help people and lift others up and see us collectively come together to solve a very, very big problem.
Well, that's interesting that you say that, Stefan, because, the systems that we're working in right now are old systems that were monetized on a lot. And there's a real resistance to changing those systems as a result. And it's not because, in my case, right, things like tilling were destructive. We didn't know that back then, right? We didn't know anything about soil health. We didn't know that that's what we were doing. But over time, we started to understand that those are the things that were happening. And so what do you make of the resistance in larger scale business in particular to take on some of these climate issues? You know, I get it. It's like profit above all in so many cases. But what do you think is changing the minds of CEOs and business leaders? Because there is a shift happening right now. I think it's an exciting time to be in business around ESG principles and things like that. So what do you make of that? And how do you think we have to continue? How do you think we have to approach the narrative in order to continue kind of blowing the doors off?
Yeah. So I think Amanda would like this. We've got to build a new system and let it overtake the old, right? That's just the principle at heart. And I think what's happening in business and corporate America really is not just a shift of consciousness at folks in leadership positions. I think that's happening. But I also think it's a fundamental understanding that we can't go any further. We can't progress much further with our systems as we've designed them, right? They are extractive, they're exploitative, they're capitalistic. So what do? We build new systems, right? We find ways to have cooperative models of delivering value at lower cost to more people. And you know, that seems like, I think 5-6 years ago, that would have been a far-fetched thing, right? I would have sounded like some crazy person here on stage. Now everyone here is nodding because we have real, tangible examples, Good Sam, Full Cycle, and others that are actually doing this work and are actually making it work economically, right? And so once you know, you can't unknow. And folks who are in leadership roles are beholden to shareholders, to communities, to stakeholders, to boards. And so you don't have the veil of ignorance to say, I didn't know that we could be doing the right thing and still be making profits, right? Now that you know, you've got to go steer in that direction.
Okay, I know we're on limited time, so I want to get to some of these meatier questions.
Yeah.
You were in Glasgow,
Yes.
You were at COP. What happened? What are the takeaways? And can we have hope? I mean, I think when you listen to the news, it sort of goes back and forth. You read articles and you're sitting there going, okay, 50% of me has hope, 50% of me is like, what? It's all over. So where are you on this? I want to know your perspective because you went in there and rebel roused a little bit.
Yeah, I'm a rabble rouser. Cool. So with 25 minutes left, I'm just kidding. So COP was, so for everyone's benefit, COP was the United Nations Conference of the Parties. It was everyone coming together to figure out what we do about climate change. And it was both infuriating to see the half measures and the insufficiency of decision making, but it was also inspiring to hear and see folks actually identify some of the levers we can pull to meaningfully make a leap towards a low carbon future that works, and that works for everyone. And so, you know, with a bit of time, what I would say is what we came out of COP with is just barely enough of a framework to do our work in the next year. COP was just a bunch of commitments. We will endeavor to do X. We will endeavor to reduce methane by 30%. Fundamentally, that reduction's insufficient, but with a pledge, we can then get to work reducing methane by 300%. And that's something that's doable and meaningful, and we now have something we can latch onto that's sanctioned by governments, by the UN, by private enterprise. So it's going to require a lot of work and a lot of sacrifice, but at least now we have a framework, and it's just enough for us to do some work.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you one last question. It's a little bit of a heady question.
Okay.
So all of that and all of the things that we know and everything that everyone's talked about here, all the art that we see, again, that mirror, that reflection back to us, what does this all mean for art, humanity, communities? What does this all mean, right? What does commerce and being brought into the fold, what does it all mean?
So to me, right, there's very much a concept of oneness that I think is really important to show up in the world kind of at your core, to have at your core. And I'm an investor. I love the arts. I think it's important that we take care of our fellow people on Earth. All of that can exist in one person, in their actions, in their careers. And I think if we demonstrate that, that's something that people can replicate and mirror in their own lives. And when I think about the role of the arts, you know, art is meant to elicit something in us, a feeling that words could not necessarily do. And so in doing so, it identifies our shared humanity. And part of how we got here, per your first question, is that we lost a little bit of our connection to each other and a little bit of our connection to our shared humanity. And that makes big decision making really difficult, right? When everyone's making decisions for their own silos, for their own fiefdoms, for their own kind of realms of influence. Instead, we can now start to think about our actions, not just for humanity, but we can start to think about the decisions we make as better ancestors, right? What is this decision going to mean for people 100 years from now? The outcome of it I will never see, at least not in the flesh. But I should still make that hard decision knowing that it's the right thing to do for generations to come. And I think we're at a moment now of collective elevation, where that's an easier thing to say on stage and to say in circles of finance without it having to be something kooky or crazy. We all feel it. Now it's something we can start to articulate and live into and really start to breathe into our work, into our lives, into our values, into the art, into all the ways we show up in the world.
Well, I'm so glad that we both got a chance to talk about what we do. Thank you all for listening. If you have any questions for either myself or Stefan, we're around. And thank you for having us here at the Regenaissance.
Thanks, Heather.
Thank you both. Wow. Is this on? Yes, it is. Great. Wow, that was really inspiring. I feel like we just kind of portaled into the future where these sorts of investments and companies will be much more prevalent all around us. So it's so great to feel that and feel this pull towards the future that works for all. This next panel will also have that same feel. We're going to be talking about DeFi, the future of Web3, and how can we actually make it the promise of what I think a lot of us are in it for, which is truly decentralizing, truly moving from a competitive to a cooperative paradigm. Honored to bring onto the stage Tony Cho, Brock Pierce, and Crystal, who will be just exploring kind of how did we get here in terms of Web3? Where do we go from here now that we know more than ever that we need to bring ourselves into this regenerative paradigm, this Regenaissance, as we call it here. So it's this renaissance of thinking and all inspired by living systems principles. And I've been asked to join the panel. Wonderful. Wonderful. I want to introduce Tony Cho, who's been so generous to make Regenaissance happen. Thank you so much. Thank you for your work with Future of Cities. Everything you've done here for Little Haiti with Magic City Innovation District.
Chosen.
Yes. And now we're improvising a song. So Future of Cities, I'm an advisor of, and we are going to impact the lives of 1 billion people in urban areas in the coming decade and give them the ability to live in a regenerative, beautiful future, all based on biomimicry, biophilia. Regenerative placemaking is the tool that we're creating for that. And please do speak with Tony or I or many people here about Future of Cities this evening. Thank you. Tony.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here. And can everybody hear me? With a little bit more enthusiasm. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You just need to bring Stephen Brooks in the house if you want to raise the volume. Yes, I see that. How's everybody feeling?
Grateful.
Grateful. Amazing. Well, I'm really honored to share this stage with some legendary, visionary thinkers, doers, brothers and sisters, Brock and Crystal Pierce, who I just spent some amazing experiences together in the Sierra Nevada with the Kogis, with our brother Kandi Mako, could you stand up, who represents the beautiful Kogi Indians in the Sierra Nevada, who is bringing a message of hope and environmental stewardship and indigenous wisdom traditions to the little brothers and sisters that is us, that are messing things up quite severely. So honored to have you here, brother. And thank you, Brock and Crystal, for the work that you're doing, not only in the crypto space, in blockchain, your innovation, but also the impact work that you are doing in taking your success and your innovation and really giving back. And that's really what attracted us together. And we were in Ibiza this summer, and when we've been spending time in Colombia and at Chosen and other places. So
on the Linda
as well. Yeah, we've been in a few spots over the last couple of weeks, but it's been magical. And so really the purpose of this talk, I think Basel, we were just talking about, has completely been overtaken by NFTs, right? Basel used to be about art, and now it's about NFTs.
Well, it's not official. The name isn't NFT Basel now. Oh, that was just the event. Oh.
Right, and listen, we just had a conversation where some people are very upset kind of all of the speculation that's happening, and when a lot of these resources could be put into better causes, and there's so many non-for-profits doing so much work, where is the responsibility and where is the focus and the intention around this mania that's happening? And so I think there's not too many people better than Brock and Crystal to talk about kind of the genesis of the crypto movement and kind of what are the opportunities and the promise for crypto, DeFi, and NFTs for good. And Deepak is also going to talk about that later with his new NFT platform. So I think it's about steering the conversation and the narrative. And so I'd love to hear from you both on what is your current perspective on the landscape of crypto, NFTs, DeFi, and blockchain as it stands now. And also, how are you feeling that this is impacting what's happening here in Miami and at Art Basel?
Thank you, Tony. I'm Crystal Rose Pierce, and I just want to jump in on one thing before Brock gets started because he has a lot of information to share. The main thing is, Tony, you're right, it's very disruptive, but what is art if not the most disruptive thing that we have? What is art if not the thing that makes people pay the most attention? So NFTs are that. This is the convergence. Welcome to 3.0. We are now moving from an analog world into a digital world, and I'm sure, I'm looking around, I think pretty much everyone here, you are the last generation. We are the last generation of people who lived in an analog world. If you were born before the internet was officially turned on, and that's a really big deal. So we'll talk about the difference between Web 1.0, 2.0, and now World 3.0. But I think that one of the best things to do is think about what are NFTs, first of all, what is this crypto, DeFi, and all of these other crazy buzzwords just on the base level. How do we define it, and what is it, and where are we going?
Well, I think it's, first of all, worth noting that technology is amoral. It is neither good or bad. It is a tool. And so the impact it has on the world around us is determined by how we use it, what our intentions are. These are tools. And so the future is going to happen to us or with us. So let's make sure to get involved so that we can co-create a world that works for us, that works for everyone. And so I'll talk just briefly about an example. And so NFTs are obviously much more than art. That just happens to be the main application that is bringing it forward, into the minds of the world. But its utility extends far beyond that. But before we dive deeper into that, I just wanted to talk about an example that involves plastic. As we look at this kind of Christmas tree, or and so here's one example, because most people are looking at these things in their earliest iterations. And these tools can be used to do anything we can imagine. And so there's a project that I'd like to highlight today because I think it's the best example of how these tools can be used to create a better world. It's a project called Diatom. Diatom is the actual lungs of the earth. It is responsible for 50% of our oxygen. It is the phytoplankton in the ocean. And so there's an NFT project that went live today. It's called Whales for Whales.
Whales with a Z.
And so there will be 50 whales sold. The auction started today. It runs for the next 2 weeks. All of the proceeds from this NFT sale goes into a DAO, or a digital autonomous organization, or better thought of as an endowment. Then using DeFi, yield staking and things of that nature, it starts to amass more resources, taking what's there to create a bigger pool. And as part of that, there's the PRC, or the plastic reduction credit, similar to a carbon credit. So your DIAT, or your Diatom, is directly tied to 1 kilogram of plastic or 2.2 pounds of plastic in the ocean, like a carbon credit. So an NFT sale that funds an endowment using DeFi to finance the extraction of plastic from the ocean, and then to identify, like with carbon credits, those that are dumping plastic in the ocean and get them to pay for it to drive the liquidity pool or market. This is an example of how we can use these various tools, connect the dots, assemble that sort of puzzle to start to create the change that we want to see in the world. And so this is just one example of how we can utilize these tools to make a difference to build a better world. And this is for SDG, or the Sustainable Development Goal number 14. You know, I just turned 41. We had the pleasure of doing a birthday trip together, and my birthday's on the 14th. So I like to say all for one and one for all. And so that's just one example. I could talk to you for days about what can be done with these tools to hopefully stimulate your imagination, because we only have the power to change ourselves in this world. But by being our best selves, we have the ability to inspire others to be their best selves and to do this great work to make sure that we leave a world behind for the generations that follow, and most importantly, a world worth living in.
Do you have anything to add?
I like living in the world with you, Brock. Did everybody catch all of that? Because I'm thinking, well, first of all, I know.
By the way, if you want to break any of that down, please.
I'm going to break it down like the plastic in the ocean. I know everyone here is exceptionally smart and very creative, and I have really enjoyed getting to know everyone. I hope I can talk to more of you now that I see more people have joined the room. And thank you again, Tony and Jimena and everyone, Amanda, for everything you do in putting us together, because really these conversations are so meaningful as we take this forward into the world. I run with Brock now 4 foundations. We are really actively working to do positive things in the world, to make positive change. One of them focuses just on the Caribbean and Puerto Rico. We run the Integro Foundation. And one of the things that has been core to everything that we do is this idea of regeneration. And when you think of that, and you think of the traditional nonprofit system and how things are handled, usually it's a solution-oriented system. We need to go clean up the plastic in the ocean because somebody created a problem. But regeneration is different. Regeneration means that we don't have to keep cleaning up the problems with single-use solutions. It's like single-use plastics. It's only one time, you have to do it again, it takes a lot of effort, and it's not going to do anything really great for the future. Regeneration is about the future. It's about future impact. It's about creating things that are proactive today that can last for the future, and it's a sustainable goal. So it's really across everything. And when we were asked to talk about regenerative NFTs, I was like, wow, isn't that already in its nature, right? Crypto in and of itself is in its nature to be in a regenerative fashion. So thinking about that, the reason I say this is because we'll take DeFi, one of the things that you talked about, right? DeFi, how it regenerates. DeFi is the concept, decentralized finance, of there being no middleman, so that the person who is lending the money on one side and the person who is borrowing the money are almost directly connected, if not directly connected, through a decentralized format. What that means is that if you put in $100, traditionally you put in $100 to a savings account, that a savings account is supposed to yield you something, but the fees that are on the savings accounts today are so high and the yield is so low that your $100
relative to inflation,
that your $100 with inflation next year or in 10 years is going to be 98, 90, 10. You're going to be in a deficit by the time you check in on that account again when you're old. DeFi is different. DeFi allows you to directly connect to the actual interest or the actual yield that is coming in from all of the other activities being done by putting that money to work on the other side. And you get to earn money. The $100 becomes $110, becomes more over time. And there are no fees because there's no really good reason to have fees. We pay the developers or the miners through the network itself. This is a circular economy or a regenerative system that can continue to last. So this is just one tiny bit of the puzzle in the financial applications that are being used as we build out these tools. The NFTs are another part of this, but DeFi is something worth looking up, and it's something worth thinking about. If you haven't gotten into DeFi, that's just one layer.
Well, so the reason I think this is relevant is I want to see the people in this room with more resources at their disposal. Because if the people in this room had greater resources at their disposal, you're going to do something with it. So I don't consider any of what I have to be mine.
It's mine.
I'm just a steward or a custodian of it, right? I am just here. I can't take it with me. The question is, what do I do with it with the time that I have? I view money as just a form of stored energy, right?
1 minute.
Okay. And energy, right? Energy wishes to flow, as Bruce Lee would say, like water. It's a current, see? Current, see? We're just meant to be conductors of it to keep it flowing. And what we're living through is the greatest wealth transfer in the history of the world, where resources are moving into the hands of those people that are going to start to reduce the blockage and to allow things to flow as you conduct resources to address the things in the world that you want to see changed.
Thank you, Brock. That was amazing. So that's really helpful because you've been in the movement for how many years?
I mean, I've been doing digital currency since the late 90s.
Okay, since the late 90s. So you've been there since the beginning of Bitcoin, and you've seen this revolution take place and really, forecast that the whole financial system is going to be disrupted as we know it. And we talk about this decentralized opportunity to create equality and really to democratize access to all these opportunities for artists, for creatives, for the people that we're supporting at this art fair. But if you look at where the concentration of crypto wealth has ended up, as a result, it's been in the hands of a few key people. There's this idea around the whales. So we had this conversation before, and as you said to me, I want you to just tell people kind of your perception of where we are in the cycle and how we're prototyping this new technology and how do we get to the real, decentralized democratization of access in the system. Quick, short, and 30 seconds.
Well, I'll try to do this quick. And so what gives anything its value? Value is derived by consensus. Money, gold, none of these things have value. It's because two or more people agree it does. If you're the only one that does, it has sentimental value to you. And so it's a shared belief system or faith. Ultimately, that thing in the future that is going to have value is the thing that we collectively agree does, which is why your participation matters. The future is what we make it. It's imperative that you get involved to make it the future that we want. Where we are is not necessarily where we end. It's what we make it. It's our shared belief system. It's that consensus. And there will be many things. And so let's create this community stuff that is ultimately serving those things that we wish to see in the future.
Thank you, Brock. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Regenaissance.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And what we have is ours. It's all ours together.
Yeah. And just a note on a mic that works. This one works. Just a note, too, if we're going to call it regenerative, we need to make sure that it's net positive, not just overall, but with every action. So let's be sure to look at this energy usage issue if we're going to call it all circular economy and regenerative. Otherwise, yeah, we're just accidentally, with the best intentions and full heart, perpetuating the old system. So, yeah, want to make sure that we're all making it regenerative every step of the way and asking ourselves those tough questions.
You.
Oh, I am. He's going to move those. So for those who don't know me, I'm Amanda Joy Ravenhill, Executive Director at Buckminster Fuller Institute, and have the pleasure of sitting here on stage with Adrian.
Hello, hi.
Adrian is an actor, as most of you probably know, and really, right now, a social impact investor with Do Contra Ventures. Do Contra means rebel in Portuguese. I would love to hear a little bit more about that, and we'll also hear about your new show, Earth Speed, living at the speed of Earth, and hear about your fruit trees and your farm and everything. Yeah, we'd love to hear just what's top of mind for you in this Regenaissance as you have been working with your hands in the soil. Every time I call or text you, he's like, I'm like dealing with the watering or the bugs of these fruit trees. What's top of mind for you in terms of regeneration and how you're experiencing it now?
Yeah, well, I was doing very well in our current paradigm of accumulation, commercialism. In fact, I represented it quite well on a show called Entourage. Anybody seen it? All right, so I was doing the devil's work in many ways and getting people to focus on the wrong thing. And I was myself floating 20 feet off the ground, just in a lifestyle of escape. And then I got real, and I realized that I needed to come back down to earth. So I did, very quite literally, came back down to earth and started putting my hands in the soil and started working with the land. And I moved from New York, I moved from that jet-setting lifestyle, and landed in Austin on a patch of land, took a permaculture course, blew my mind, yeah.
Everyone look out for your local permaculture design certificate
Do
and
it.
get one. If
Do
I
it.
could put one billboard in the sky for the world, it would be get a PDC.
And you know, I've been doing environmental work for a long time. I'm a UN Environment Goodwill Ambassador, for Christ's sake. So I started an ocean organization. We started the Stop Sucking movement to reduce plastic straws, so don't suck. And so I thought I was doing the good stuff. I thought I was doing really well for the environment, but I realized that I was preaching a lot. I was telling, governments that they had to change, or others that they had to do the right thing. And meanwhile, my lifestyle was not in alignment with my values in many ways. So right now, I've just been practicing walking the walk. And man, it's a little wobbly at first, and I have a lot to learn. So I'm in an apprenticeship of sorts, where I'm learning what it means to actually be living a regenerative lifestyle. Yeah.
I love that. And how did you come up with the Earth speed? We're living at the speed of Earth. I love that intention and that. I think so much of what is happening now is because of this root cause of we've separated ourselves from nature, right? For millennia, all of our ancestors were living more in right relationship in this, reciprocity with nature, as nature. We're made of nature. And so, curious how you came to that and how that has inspired the new series. And we can show the trailer here in a minute, too.
Sure, yeah. So in many ways, I'm a branding guy. And so I was looking for the right name for our channel, bringing stories from the land, because a lot of what I've learned came from YouTube and from the internet. So I know how important it is to share your wisdom, share your learnings, open source what you're doing so that others can learn, and also be open to learning from others. So that we need to create an open source of channels and communication. So it's looking to create a channel that we could share what we're doing on the land, not just personally what I'm learning, how to farm, how to create, nutrient-dense soil, how to build a community. And so while I was taking my permaculture course, the one thing that kept coming up is designing from patterns to details, which is one of the principles. So I was just thinking about the earth as this flow of energy, and it all has its own rhythm. And humans often try and impose their pace, their timeline, quarters and years. And we want it now, and we want to do it in our lifetime because we have the fear of death and whatever, so we want to do it quickly. But really, if we start getting in touch with the rhythms of the earth, if you start living a lifestyle not in the immediate indulgence and gratification, but really in the cadence of nature, it changes your whole perspective and what you actually design for. So you're not just designing for the immediate moment, yourself, your lifetime, but you're starting to design for your future self as you're born into new entities into the future. So for me, it's about living in the pace of nature, the lifestyle, the timeline of nature, which is a much longer timeline.
I love that. Yeah, that's that myopic thinking, that short-term thinking. The quarterly profits is another one of those kind of generator functions or root causes that's causing this meta crisis that we're in now, right? And so living at that slower speed kind of, roots us into this new paradigm where we can actually build a self-sustaining system so that we don't have to, crumble in the face of late stage capitalism as we are now. But we have this new system that's rising, right? We're hospicing the old as we're midwifing this new. And I think that's kind of a hack to be able to do so, is to tune into that speed. Yeah. Do we have the trailer up? Is that possible to run?
I had thought I had made it. I did all the things that society told me I should do, and there was just something that was missing. I had to find out why I wasn't satisfied, why I was deeply unsatisfied, and then go through the process of letting go of all the things that I thought I was. I had to totally transform myself in order to heal myself. And now I surround myself with people who I believe can change the world for the better. It is my mission to evolve our relationship to money and value. As an investor, I look to back up founders that create positive change by focusing on the things that are vital. And together we can create a yield beyond money. If you get to know me, you'll know my heart, my spirit, my passion for nature. My philosophy is we live at the speed of Earth speed.
I love it. Excited.
So that's,
we're
launching December 3rd. What's today? 2 days. In 2 days. We're starting small on social, and then we're going to grow from there. So check it out.
I love it. I love it. Well, as we wrap up here, I'd love to hear more about Du Contra Ventures and the root behind it of being rebellious, questioning everything, following the Buckminster Fuller, famous quote of, you can't change things by just fighting the existing reality. In order to change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. How do we do that? How do we rebel? And through investments and finance.
Yeah. So at Du Contra Ventures, we seek, we use two metrics for success. One is ROI, which is, of course, something that everybody understands, return on investment, but also we use a more intangible metric called YBM, which is yields beyond money. So that's really a judgment call on part of the team, where we look at the founders and the business, and we try and see the things beyond the calculators, outside the edges of our calculators, and try and understand really what this business is trying to achieve. And we use 4 verticals that help inform which businesses we invest in. One is around community development, one is around personal development and human development, one is around future of finance, so NFT, DeFi, crypto, all of that kind of stuff. And then, of course, consumer goods. What do we consume and how? So within those 4, we're looking to invest in the future.
I love it. Woo, that's exciting. All right, we have to cut it now, unfortunately. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being part of the Regenaissance. It's really an honor to walk this path together. Bye-bye. Thank you all. Great. Surprise, surprise, I'm on stage next again. And here comes Roxy. So I wear many hats, not just this one. I have a bunch of others, mostly metaphysical. And one of them is the cartographer of complexity at the Design Science Studio. Roxy and I are co-founders of the Design Science Studio and run it alongside Faith Flanagan, who's our other director of Buckminster Fuller Institute right here, my co-pilot, my everything. And Nico, right here. Cool. So we started the Design Science Studio for this Design Science decade, which is what we call this incredibly decisive decade of action in front of us as we meet the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. How do we get there? There's so much to do. Everything needs to be reinvented. We need to take permaculture not just for agriculture, but how are we thinking about reinventing everything? And so what better role to uplift in this moment than artists and creators and designers, Buckminster Fullers of today, these omnidisciplinarians who are taking the creativity and this moment and making magic of it. So thank you for joining me on stage. We're going to talk a little bit about the Design Science Studio and how you all can get involved, how you can take this action and electricity from this moment and turn it into real change around the world.
Can we have a round of applause for all of the artists and contributors that came together to make this happen? My name is Roxy. I am the director and architect of the Design Science Studio. Also CEO and founder of Hub Ritual, partners with BFI on this amazing mission. And I am really grateful to be here and to have gathered all of you today with an amazing team to support the power of art that changes history. So we're going to share a little bit about the studio, and welcome to the beginning of the Regenaissance. This is a decade of revolutionary action through co-creation, through art that can change the future. And we have an opportunity that we must harness. And so that's why we've come together to support the power of art and culture and story to change this future that we're moving into by creating and amplifying and scaffolding artists that can help us feel and embody and radically transform what we see is possible today. You want to go next?
You saw there a line that we repeat a lot that says the future is always first an idea. And it can be more true. We really need to imagine it first to build it. And it's up to us to decide if we're going to want to have more black mirrors or keep imagining better futures. And so what we decided to put together is an educational incubator for art so we can gather and train and teach and learn from some of the most incredible minds on this planet. Not only artists, we call them artists, creators, but there are system thinkers. There are people who are building things, who are imagineers of what's possible. And what we do in here is trying to give them the tools so we can amplify their voices and so we can share more of the stories that you're seeing all around here.
To create a world that works for 100% of life. Not just people, but all life. Do you want to share about this one, Amanda?
Yeah, I've spoken to it a little bit, but aligning with nature is something that's so critical right now. E.O. Wilson says that we have Paleolithic minds, medieval institutions, and guide-like technology, and things are exponentially running in pretty much the wrong direction. There's some good things, obviously, in the mix. I like to call this the awkward era, where the bad news is getting worse and the good news is getting better. And how do we transcend this moment? I think the clutch really is tuning into nature and learning from it, as Adrian said, tuning into the speed of the earth.
This is so good, I'll just read it. It is time to once again align humanity with nature, to reimagine everything from ecosystems to thinking toolkits, from new government systems to eco-village blueprints, new regenerative practices and protest music, inspiring art and experiences, and it's the moment to put all these to good use and catalyze the work of organizations around the planet. And so as we're questioning our systems, this Regenaissance is emerging, and the design science decade could never be more right. You want to share about the decade?
Yeah, so Buckminster Fuller, much like many of his works, was 50 years ahead of time, proclaiming the design science decade in 1965. He said, it'll just take 10 years to change all of our technology from weaponry to livingry. And here we are now. It's actually hyper imperative and critical for our species survival that we take this decade, and this future is still in our grasps of being able to thrive and enabling all species to survive this sixth mass extinction and avoid collapse. And so much of that is about bringing these artists, as he said, the future is first an idea. If you look at Star Trek, The Next Generation, how many of those designers who designed that are influencing what your iPhone looks like now? So who are the artists now who are influencing that future scape that we will all step into?
And we only have, we only have 2 minutes, so I'm gonna make it short because this is the important part. How can you participate? What can you do? How can you take action? This is our call to you, is get shit done. Like, we are in an era where we need you to step up, really, seriously. We don't have more time. Just step up, collaborate, buy the art of the artists, support them through the studio, donate so we can get more artists to do better things, bigger things. And if you don't have the money, then create the art. Step up, create experiences, get people to align and to come on board. Seriously, like, this is all about transforming the zeitgeist, the feeling, the culture. That's changing. Everything is changing, and we just need to come on board. because once enough people is on board, everybody else comes behind.
The work of the artists, yeah. All of the work of all of the initiatives, organizations, thank you Future of Cities, and so many people who have come together, and all the artists of the studio are directed towards facilitating this transition to a regenerative future. And so we are here, technically, this is a nonprofit fundraiser for the studio and for the Buckminster Fuller Institute as well. And what we're doing in this ask is to say, you know, depending on your wealth and resource, either connections or support for artists, one of the core things that anyone could do is to grant one artist a scholarship. It's only $1,500 to do a 7-month program. There are, I think, 40 of the 288 Design Science Studio revolutionaries here. If you can raise your hand if you are a revolutionary in the Design Science Studio, talk to them about their experience. We're doing this amazing challenge program. Come and find us and learn more about it. And it is all about having initiatives direct creativity towards creative translation to amplify these solutions through multimedia and multi-interdisciplinary art and experiences. So come together, support the studio. You already are. Thank you for caring. Thank you for being here. We got this. I think we're going to make it.
We are making it. Welcome to the Regenaissance, everybody. Thank you to Roxy, Nico, Amanda, Faith, Vince, all the incredible artists who have come together to help steward this Regenaissance. I'm really, really excited to invite to the stage somebody who doesn't need any introduction, Dr. Deepak Chopra, who is a visionary in the health and wellness, mindful, spiritual space, who has published over 90 books. One of them, the most recent one, The Metahuman, as the precursor to the metaverse, which everybody's talking about. So Deepak, I would love you to join us on the stage. I'm gonna also invite Her Highness Queen Diambi from the Congo to do a spirit prayer for us in honor of you, Deepak, and of the Regenaissance. And then we'll have our panel about the metaverse for good, Seva Love, and the future of cities. If you want, you can have a seat.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Queen Diambi Kabatusuila Chiyomwata, Mukalenga Mukajiwan Kashama of the Bakwaluntu people of Kasai, that is now in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I'm a female king of the Order of the Leopard. Was also initiated to the ancient rites of Osar or Osiris or Batala. So my head is Obatala, so I'm the wise one. And also, I am Grande Mai do Povo Bantu Brasileiro, so I represent the traditional relationship between Congo and Africa and also Brazil. So oftentimes in the realm of spirituality, our great mother, Africa, is oftentimes left behind because it has for hundreds of years had really an image deficit. And the truth about our mother is not really oftentimes told. And remember, we are about 400,000 years old now that we have the latest finding. And most of you who are world immigrants only left Africa 70,000 years ago. So the great majority of our human odyssey, we spent it in Africa. And when we left with all the fundamentals of civilization because here we are. So today I'm going to be doing a libation. It's a very, very ancient tradition that we do to honor the ancestors. And so we pour libation with water. And also it's a very sacred moment because we are, after all, only a bubble of water that's floating across the universe. So that's all we are. And water is very important to talk about. And water is really something that I want to give reverence to with all of you guys here together. So it's an honor for me to be here among friends and beloved and to do this ritual in your honor as well. Great one, thank you. So, So we're going to use this little bucket for now, but we're going to pour the water on the ground because normally it's supposed to be on the ground that we pour the libation. Why water? So I said water is the most potent symbol of life. We are all made of water. And water has a lot of different symbolism to it and a lot of properties. Water cleanses. So we pour libation to symbolize that we want to have anew. We want to do cleansing of all things that we don't need anymore. And as we are talking here about our planet, as we are talking about the major issues that we are facing and all the choices that we made that led us to this path, we want to have a clear path. We want to have a cleansing. So this is why I'm going to be using water to cleanse. Water also has a very interesting property. It's very flexible. So water will call into us the ability to be flexible, to be non-judgmental, to be able to adapt to different situations, to flow. So water has that property. Water also is very, very, very strong, meaning when water is tormented, water really can destroy a lot of things. So we have to always appease those waters in us that can bring destruction in front of us when we don't have what we want. So always think that water can bring you to that balance. Water also has another property, which is persistence. So water can maybe have a blockage, but the more it goes at it, eventually it will go through. So water doesn't really have any obstacles. Even if something looks very difficult in your life, when you adhere to these very properties of water, you can also be like water. You can also be able to overcome a lot of your challenges. So water is also a very sacred element because it constitutes this planet, majority of it, but it also is a memory of our planet. It's the memory of every single life that was here before. Water is something that is a memory bank and also is also a great advisor. So when you need counsel, you can go and connect with the fundamental element of water. And remember, we're going to pour this libation for the ancestors because you know what? We wouldn't be here if it hadn't been for all this multitude of lives that have come before us. So we are here manifested as not a person, but as a people. So in that, we can also draw wisdom, courage, and strength to do what we came here to do. We're all born as a promise, so we are here to unfold and manifest this promise. And our primordial ancestor is the divine energy. So we come all from that same one ancestor. And this will be symbolizing with the noon in the Egyptian or Kemetic time. The noon was the primordial waters. And we come, all of us, everything that is manifest, come from those primordial water. So I'm going to be pouring libation to honor every single one of you and every single one of your ancestors. And also all the way back to the noon. And ask for cleansing, ask for strength, ask for direction, and ask for calm. So I will speak a little bit in Lingala just for a minute, just to call the ancestors. Bakoko, natondo libino botondi mingi, tozali awa biso nyonso bandeko na biso, tozali awa pona kotondo la bino, pona kopesa bino matondo mingi, pona kotuna bino pe bosunga biso, na musala nyonso toza na ngo awa na mokili. I pour libation to the ancestors of every single person that is here today. May you close your eyes if you want and think about the ancestor that you remember. Maybe a grandparent or grand-aunt, maybe a father or mother. I pour libation to appease their spirit. I pour libation to all of the ones who have been living before you came. All the ones who have gone through time and traversed the planet so you can be here today. I pour libation to all those ancestors who are no longer with us, but who have inspired us through their work, through their action, through their commitment to do the right thing. I pour libation to all ancestors who are actually not human, but are also our ancestors because we contain them, we contain their life experience, and we contain their strength. I pour libation for all the great ancestors, spirit world, all these ancestors that have inspired us to grow and to become the humans that we are today. I ask of them that they give us counsel so we can be here to do what we came here to do. Everyone has its mission and everyone has a promise to unfold. So I pray to the great ancestor, the primordial waters, to continue to pour into us, into our heart, to always restore, to strengthen, and to bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen Diambi. That was beautiful. And Deepak, Dr. Chopra, would like to lead us in a meditation after that beautiful spirit prayer and water prayer. Deepak, thank you.
Thank you. So you heard what she said, Queen Diambi. And I just want to give you a little bit of experience based on what she said, okay? So look at your hand. Move it. How did that happen? How did you do that? It's a great mystery, but now slowly we're beginning to understand the mystery. You moved your hand because you had an intention. And as soon as you had the intention, something happened in the brain, in the motor cortex. And what happened in the brain was an electrochemical activity which sent a signal to your hand so it could move. That requires genetic activity. So right now, in your hand are all your ancestors, right this moment. All your ancestors are alive as genes in your hand. Without their help, you can't even move your hand. What are those genes made of? Those genes are, you know what a gene is, right? It's a word that becomes the flesh. It's a collection of DNA. We call it deoxyribonucleic acid. And those genes are made of 4 alphabets, and without going into details, A, T, C, G. And we all share the same alphabet, all of us. But so do these plants, so do these trees, so do bacteria, so do every life form, share the same genes with slight differences in how ATCG is spelled out. So ATCG are 4 chemicals. What are they made of? Mostly carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. Where did they come from? They came from the crucible of burning stars millions of years ago. 50% of the atoms in your body are from Milky Way galaxy. The rest are from other galaxies. And there are 2 trillion galaxies. It took 2 trillion galaxies so you could move your hand. And in that hand are all the genes of your ancestors, as she said, but also your animal ancestors, your reptile ancestors, your insect ancestors, your bacterial ancestors. In fact, only less than 1% of your genes are human. The rest are everything else. So who are you? You're the whole universe moving a hand. And these trees are your lungs. This earth is your body. That ocean is your circulation. And the stars are the furnace which gave you the gift of atoms circulating in your life. We can have all the knowledge in the world, but unless we know this spiritual bond and emotional bond, that we come from one source, and the only difference between you, me, and that tree is a spelling adjustment, just how those 4 alphabets are adjusted. So next time you look at a tree, say, my lungs. Next time you look at the ocean, my circulation. Next time the earth, my body. Next time you notice your breath, this air is your breath, and those stars is where you came from. Spinning out of nothingness, scattering stars like dust is who you are. That's just a little bit of insight. Unless we can have all the technology. Right now, all the technology exists, by the way, to reverse climate change. Everything. Nothing's happening. Why? Because we're not spiritually connected to our source. Sorry for all that introduction. Please come in.
We need 2 more chairs, and I want to call Punacha to the stage, Gabriella Wright, and David Berg. Michael Berg. Gabriella, Michael. We can sit. Perfect. So this is just to give you guys a little bit of context. This is an important moment, I think, in humanity, but it's also a very important moment in my life and Jimena's life. We're sitting in Little Haiti in Miami, which is an underserved Caribbean Haitian neighborhood that I've been working in for almost 20 years. This project, Magic City Innovation District, my original mission was to really co-create a city of the future and really be a model. And we haven't accomplished that yet, but this gathering and these people coming together around arts and mindfulness and spirituality, around changing the world through consciousness, is really what makes it all worth it for me and for my wife Jimena. And this group of exceptional human beings, starting with Dr. Chopra, have changed more people's lives than I can ever aspire to do. And it's just really an honor to have you here, Dr. Chopra, and you guys here in service, which in the Hindu tradition is called seva. And so it's apropos that the conversation today is about the metaverse, and Deepak has been working on the meta-human concept for over a decade, and he published a book on the meta-human 3 years ago. And with all the NFT and crypto mania that's happening, the opportunity for really quick transformation is before us. And I'm really excited. I was at the launch of Seva Love, which is Chopra Foundation's new NFT platform for good. And so the topic of this conversation is going to be around the metaverse for good and NFTs and Seva Love and how it's a tool for transformation. But I think what Deepak left us with right after his very beautiful invocation was we're not going to be able to fix what's outside of us until we fix what's inside of us. And so our inner landscape we need to tend to before we can really see the outer landscape. And so I'd love to just have you, Dr. Chopra, kick it off with what does that mean in terms of spirituality and the state of affairs for humanity as it relates to mental well-being, which you guys focus on very much with Never Alone and a lot of the initiatives of the Chopra Foundation. But how is this intrinsically connected to the health of our rivers, our oceans, and our planet?
Maybe we should talk about Seva Love as the platform that we're launching. Then I can speak on anything you want.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for giving the opportunity, Tony and Jimena. You guys have been always gracious. I want to actually dedicate 30 seconds with a verse I want to sing. I come from a very small part of India, which is disappearing, and it's called Coorg. And it's the birth of the river Kaveri, which provides water for all of South India, and we worship our ancestors. So when Queen Diambi sang the song, I am the last of the Mohicans in my family. So I would just 2 verses for her. I want to sing this. Shri Mula Kanniye, Shri Mula Kanniye, Pommale Kodamale, Pommale Kodavada Malendanite, Chudiatae. Shri Mula Kanniye, Shrimula Kanniye Pomale Kodamale Pomale Kodavada Male Nannite Chudiyataye. Invocation of River Kaveri to really say that this water is what you wear around you all the time. So I'm very grateful to Queen Diambi for invoking our ancestors and remembering our circulation. Thank you. So now to Save Our Love. You know, I'm here because with Dr. Chopra, who's been a dear friend, mentor, and met him over a decade ago, and he's always had one vision, to reach 1 billion people for a more peaceful, joyful, sustainable, and happier world. And there's always been 4 principles he's talked about: authenticity, integrity, higher purpose, and the only measure of success is joy. And if it is not joyful, don't do it. And when we looked at what is happening, and Save Our Love is a platform we started, because Seva means selfless service, and love is the only thing which really matters. So Save Our Love is a platform we started to really look at. It's separate from the Chopra Foundation. It's actually looking at how do we give a voice to the voiceless, right? There are so many causes today from a social impact perspective which really we cannot shine a light on them. So we said, let's kind of use, when I looked at Keith Grossman from Time, and he was always using on his Twitter, GM, good morning. And I realized there was this entire community in the crypto world which was actually kind, where it was not about Tinder, it was about tender. And I really say, like, you know what, maybe that is the community we need to reach out to. So that was really the dream and the birth of Save Our Love. Seva is a land we want to create, like Decentraland. People know about Decentraland, the Mana coin, great. So we're going to create Save Our Land, where selfless service and love in action is truly going to be the currency of the future. And what we wanted to do, and the reason we are in Miami, and thank you, Tony and Jimena, is for our first NFT drop. And this is with Emilia Clarke from Game of Thrones. And what we wanted to do was to highlight brain injury recovery and mental health. And to raise all the funds from this drop will go to support brain injury recovery. And every month we will have one particular topic. We're working with Gabriella on mental health and suicide prevention. It could be like violence against women, FGM in Africa. So I think let's kind of bring amazing artists, right? Amazing people who are passionate about them and the community, and create a platform with the right attention and the intention. We really messed up the traditional internet with really optimizing it for different content. We all know what the content is and what that led to, cyberbullying, all the different things we see. Now let us create the intention of kindness, tenderness, compassion, and create that and really put that intention into the Web3. So Save Our Love is an experiment from Dr. Chopra and everybody else. It takes a village to bring up a child. It's truly going to be decentralized, because not one person can make any decision. So that's really the platform we are launching, and that's our child, and this is the village. So I'm grateful for everybody for supporting us. Thank you. Yeah. So I have to go check out Show Your Love. It is Seva, seva.love. And if there's any feedback, just write to us, and would love to kind of talk to you all and see how we can make some magic together.
Amazing. Thank you, Punacha. That's incredible. I'd like to understand kind of how you connect the work that you're doing in Chopra Foundation on all the various initiatives, which are many and really impactful, with this new decentralized technology in the metaverse and NFTs and cryptocurrency. And how does that connect with co-creating, rewilding cities of the future, as we've talked about from the beginning when we launched the Future of Cities? How are we going to do this, and how can this be a tool for co-designing these future of cities that are regenerative? And that can be for anybody.
So if you go to the Amazon or any rainforest and you go under the earth and you get 1 teaspoon of soil, it has more genetic biodiversity than the entire planet surface, including the rainforests. That's the gold mine right there. There are genes there for dinosaurs. There are genes for every life form. And if we resurrected a planetary genome, which is under the soil, as you plant these trees and rewild them, you would automatically create an ecosystem that sustains life. You know, when the panther's path was restored, other species came to life. But the gold mine is still the genetic information there. Now we have all the technologies in the world to do that. We also have all the energy technologies that you can think of. You travel the world, you go to Ireland, they're harnessing the gravity as through ocean waves, free, ultimately. There's other technologies that will make fossil fuels totally obsolete. But we don't have a story. We don't have a story. You know, when you have technology without an emotional and spiritual story, nobody takes action. We are told now it's 1 minute before extinction, 1 minute to midnight. That's pretty serious, okay? 1 minute left, and yet we can do amazing things if we connect spiritually and emotionally. If we understand, you know, and I don't want to hog up the time because, you know, Gabriella has a lot to say about what we're doing with suicide prevention. Michael has to say about art and how we discovered his amazing art. And then we'll come back to this in the end if you want to, okay?
Thank
So
you.
please
Speaking about narratives and the story and changing the story, I think that's so important. And Gabriella, you're such an eloquent storyteller, actor, activist, mother, inspiration, sister. Please share with us a little bit about your journey and how it's led you to the work that you're doing, and why storytelling is so important.
Hello, everyone. That's going to be a very long conversation, so I will be very brief. Cliff notes. Everyone has a story, and we are only moved into action when the global story becomes very, very, very personal. And when that personalization happens, and when it occurs, your heart opens. And your heart opens in action. And that's love in action. Love in action is a way to not only love yourself, tender to yourself, listen to yourself, but it's a bridge of communion with the reality that you co-create. And that reality you co-create is with the world, and with your loved ones, and with your Sangha, and with everyone, every stranger you meet. So I've been a humanitarian for probably 20 years now. It started from a very personal story that I will not dive into right now. But the most recent personal story that led me to understand that there was so much suffering in the world, incredible hidden suffering, that was not linked to not only our decaying planet that is literally dying in front of our eyes, but we are also dying inside. I lost my little sister to suicide 3.5 years ago, and it happened in front of my hidden awareness, which is awful, because when you're a humanitarian, or when you're in touch with the tools that we use, that we talk about, that we share about, it's a very vulnerable spot to realize that how could I not see, how could I not realize that there was deep, deep suffering that I was unable to cater for. Now, having said that, her spirit lives on. She is an incredible force of nature. She is not only embedded in technology, she's also embedded as just an inspiration, and she was a musical artist, and her music never dies. She's the inspiration to Never Alone. Never Alone is the mental health initiative of the Chopra Foundation. We are using technology to reach as many people as possible. We have deployed an AI emotional chatbot called Peewee, which is her nickname. It's also an acronym, people interacting with intention, so that deep, deep listening and that love and transparency and sharing. We have reached over 13 million people through text messaging on our free platform. 6 million minutes, I know, I'm very dyslexic, I'm not good with numbers. But there's a lot of things happening in our hidden awareness. So all that to tie back to where we are now and why we're here in Art Basel, why we're here with Tony, Jimena. It's really opening a space. Half of the work is raising awareness, truly embodying the intention of deep, deep listening and caring through love in action. Technology is the future. There's absolutely no way we are going to be separated from technology. If you believe that, then you might as well go back to the Himalayas and live in a cave. It's great, and you can really go there. It's a direct flight. But you would be very isolated somehow, only Samadhi obviously will take care of that. But the point is that technology is here to stay. So how do we use technology to create social impact in a sustainable way? Now, sustainable for our planet, sustainable for the funds, and sustainable for the artists who are the co-creators of this new reality. So this is where we are with Save a Love. This is the beginning. We need artists, and that's where I think art is the major healing arm and branch of who we are. We are all artists. And I think that's enough from me.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you for the work that you're doing with Chopra. Your sister is shining over us, listening to every word you say, and you've really amplified her voice. And because of her sacrifice, you're impacting the lives of millions of people. So thank you, and thank you to everything that Chopra's doing to support that. So Michael, we don't know each other, but it's an honor to meet you. I was an early pioneer of the Wynwood Arts District, and what was beautiful about Wynwood is that street art was painted on the exterior of buildings, and so we brought something that's typically very inaccessible and out to the public domain, to the public commons, and democratized access to art. And then with the advent of Instagram and technology, people were taking selfies in front of murals. And then boom, the neighborhood exploded and the artists got pushed out. And the independent brands and all the cool people, the soul of those neighborhoods vacated so funds could move in, and chains and fast food places, and it accelerated the growth, and capitalism kind of took over. So maybe in this moment you could share a little bit about your work and how it integrates with the opportunity for artists who are the change makers, who are the leaders, the visionaries of this new Regenaissance. And after the bubonic plague came the Renaissance, which was led by the artists and the philosophers and the thinkers. So we liken this time now as the Regenaissance after the pandemic, after COVID-19, as a new awakening of coming out of the dark and into the light, and that's led by great minds, artists, thinkers, philosophers. So with that, please share a little bit about your work.
Thank you very much. Hello. The dark and the light exist in the world together, and there is no part of creation that we can omit while also having an intimate and genuine relationship with creation. We are all participants in an expression, and we divine our future, we respond to our past, we respond to each other. These are all things that we're all doing all the time. This is part of our creativity, and this is who we are naturally. It's important for us to be still and to listen and to recognize those, we call it a voice, but it comes in many forms. There are subtleties inside of us that represent the idea, the thinker, the philosopher, the feeler, the healer. And they don't always come in the form that is there to support the common current ways of managing our reality, but they're there to support us in how we want to step into our becoming. That's personally and with each other. We're all going to do it together, you know. I mean, my art comes from a place, since I was in my early teens. I grew up in a family that my parents meditated every day. I was born in Lower Manhattan. My father was a taxi driver. My mother was a secretary. My father came back from Vietnam. They were both searching for truth. They were both searching for something meaningful. And so I was raised in a family that was very forward-thinking. We got very fortunate. And so I kind of struck out on my own early, in a way, and started seeking understanding. And that's where my work comes from. It's a lot of text-based work, and it comes from philosophical ideas and concepts and perceptions that I've been working with and learning and playing with and sharing since I was a kid, and continue to do that. Deepak was taking a stroll in his neighborhood in New York and saw an art installation that I have there right now, and the symmetry is incredible. My mother has taught me very well, allow, it's allow, and it's really worth it. Yeah, and support one another in doing that. Support each other in your innocence and your beauty and and be gentle, and the art will flow.
So one day I was walking in Union Square. I used to have an office at ABC Home and Carpet. Here's the daughter of Paulette Cole, who's been my best friend for many years. And right in Union Square, there was an art installation. And what does it say?
Says the only other thing is nothing.
The only other thing is nothing. So today, if you go on Wikipedia or Google the following question. What are the 125 unsolved questions in science? 125. Don't believe me, just Google it, okay? The first question is, what is the universe made of? And without going into details, it's made of nothing. And the second question is, if it's made of nothing, why does it look like this? Why does it look like you, me, this chair? That's called the hard problem of consciousness. So when I was walking through Union Square, I said, he did it. In one little art installation in Union Square, and by the way, it's a traffic stopper because everybody who looks at that sees nothing and everything. Okay. So what's the universe made of? You go, on science, you'll hear hundreds of postulations, but they all agree it's made of nothing. And what is nothing? Is it just an empty void, or is it the womb of creation? So if I asked you, what is this chair made of? You'd say probably wood and this and that. But actually, this chair is made of awareness. I mean that literally. How do you know this exists? You're aware of it. And how are you aware of it? Because you perceive it. You perceive it as color, shape, form, sensation. If it's comfortable, you feel good. If it's not comfortable, you don't feel good. So what is this made of? Sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. And where did they come from? Nothing. So what is the universe made of? It's made of awareness. What are you made of? Awareness. What is that tree made of? Awareness. What is that sculpture made of? Awareness. What is chair made of? Awareness. What is your hand made of? Awareness. And there's a sutra in ancient Indian Kashmir Shaivism, which gave birth to Buddhism later. And, no, it didn't really give birth to Buddhism, but it refined Buddhism. So there's a sutra, it says, you and the universe are awareness, period. You and the universe are awareness. When you feel that, the only feeling is ineffable, infinite love. But love is not a mere sentiment. It can, and sentiments are also made of awareness, because nothing else, if there was no awareness, you wouldn't experience love or anything, right? So everything is made of awareness, but the ultimate truth is love at the heart of creation. Not as a mere sentiment, but the ultimate truth at the heart of creation. So with that, I want to give you a little bit of experience, okay? Right, 1 minute, not even 1 minute. Let me ask you, are you aware right now? Yes. A little more enthusiasm, please. Okay. So now, let me ask you the same question, but don't answer it till I raise my hand. Everybody clear on that? Same question, same answer. Are you aware right now? Okay, so when I asked the question, that's a thought. When you said yes, that's a thought. In between, awareness. That's the nothingness from where the whole universe is coming right now. Whole universe is coming right. It's right here in this emptiness. Between you and me in this emptiness, every cubic centimeter of space has more mass energy than the entire visible universe, which is 2 trillion galaxies, 700 sextillion stars, uncountable trillions of planets, 60 billion planets just in the Milky Way galaxy. And now we are told that there may be 60 billion habitable planets, according to the Goldilocks zone. Don't want to go into this, but 1 centimeter of space here, more mass energy, 2 trillion galaxies, 700 sextillion stars, uncountable trillions of planets. Walking on the beach, pick up 1 grain of sand, that's planet Earth in all the beaches of the universe, in all the beaches of planet. 1 grain of sand. So while we're talking about, climate change, this species that we are, in this 1 grain of sand, has the capacity to destroy this world. But it also has the capacity to heal the world. Okay, it also has the capacity to heal the world. In that space of awareness, there's no you, there's no me. There's only God. There's only the divine. Rumi, we come spinning out of nothingness, scattering stars like dust. Why do you worry? Look at your eyes. They're so small. They see enormous things. It's just a mystery. So while we are so clever in our science, the more we know, the more we don't know. Because every time you know something, the unknown becomes bigger. So I'll just say one thing. I'm quoting Rumi again because he's my favorite poet. Exchange your cleverness for bewilderment. And when you're bewildered, you will be holy and you'll be healed. Because you cannot solve the mystery. You can just be the mystery. And when you're being the mystery, there is only joy. And that is the purpose of life. If you're not joyful at the end of your life, what's there? Rotten teeth, cardiovascular disease, cancer, sexual impotence, and death. So make joy the only purpose of existence. Hang out with joyful people like the Sangha. Okay? And then go out and create joy. That is what freedom from suffering is. And that is what his art is. His one little art installation, I chased him across the globe to find out who he is. Because I've been wondering of all this, and his one little art installation said it all. No words, no math, no science. Look at this beautiful piece of art. Art is the language of the soul. Now, science is 500 years old. Agriculture is 12,000 years old. Human thinking is 30,000 years old. But art goes back to the Stone Age. Okay, because art is the language of the soul.
Thank you, Dr. Chopra. Art is the language of the soul, and here is the Regenaissance is born. Hello? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chopra, for those profound, deep words and grounding us all in this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful energy of all these aligned, incredible people. This concludes our program. I don't think there's anything more to be said. And I think we'll have to just bask in this beautiful energy and bring it out into the world. There's a lot of madness and mania happening in Art Basel and NFTs. And one thing I think that Roxy's going to be asking me is we're going to need to clear out because we're about an hour and a half behind our program. Oh, we're gonna have a team photo, right? So.
So just quickly, if you're on the team, please come on up. We just want to acknowledge all the artists, the team, the partners who came together to make this happen. We're going to take a quick group photo, and then we're going to do some ushering of everyone quickly because we have a dinner and a party, and so there's some directions right after. So come on, team.
And then for those who are coming to the dinner, it is sold out, but there are tickets available for the after party, which will start at 10. Thank you so much.